Good evening, guys. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I really need to get this wine open because I've really dry mouth, so do this first. So I'm drinking Casillero del Diablo Sauvignon Blanc, and I've got a Cabernet Sauvignon as well, which is already open, so it shouldn't need airing too much. So I might alternate between the two wines tonight. Let me. Oh, we're off already. Who's that? Oh, it's Amok and his gift subs. Thank you, Amok, for the 5 gift subs. Appreciated. To Amiga Gamer, Gilden, Jean Dahl, Akmafin, Power Down Systems, and Jaratory. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Let's get some of this wine in me. Let's just whack the tunes down ever so slightly. Cheers. And thanks for the host as well, Andy. We turned down the Christmas tunes. Let's wait for these to finish. Let's say hello to everybody. So yeah, it's all very much appreciated. Thank you very much for the subs. It's all going to go towards the Christmas prizes, which I'll talk about in a minute. So let me say hello to everybody. So hi to Steps, Fitrend, Amok, Microman, True Tonnies, Dark J, Kelso. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kelso, as well. I saw that just before the stream. So thank you and welcome. Prow7, Vostia. Thank you for the resub as well, for I appreciated. Docs to me for a mythical duck. Click that Kev. It's a big selection tonight. SP175. Kind of mirror. Ooh, oh God, that was really deep. Oh God. Andy Magic Knight. I think I may have already said that. No, I didn't. Okay. Madzi. Orinx IM or Orinx LM. Amiga Gamer 1200. There's lots here tonight. What does Amok say there? Should you manage to complete Raiden on Mega 65 before the final machine comes out, I would be favoring a Mega C65 Raiden bundle. That would be really cool, actually. I mean, this is one of the reasons I'm doing Raiden, is to try and create a system selling game. So thanks, Duxter. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 500 bits. Hello, Gareth, Russell Mills as well. Mr. Speaker, Hayes as well. I think that's. Oh my God. Oh dear. Zerful as well. Welcome. Thank you for the emote as well. Oh God. Christian Arverson as well. Thank you. Welcome. My God. Craziness. Yeah, I think I've got everybody there now. Oh, and Zappy as well, right at the end. Welcome, guys. £4.70. Thank you for the bits, Fitrend as well. Thank you for the bits, Hayes as well. And thank you for the TTS spam. I actually upped the hype train to make it a little bit harder for you guys to reach it, and you've already you've already got it on again. So I appreciate that. Yeah, so the reason I want to do Raiden on the Mega 65 is because I want the system to have a system selling game. Not saying that particularly because I'm writing it's going to be system selling. I don't believe that for 1 minute, but I think if it can be a faithful conversion, it will be a system seller. Thank you for the bits, Pro7. The reason I say that is because everybody likes a shooter. Raiden is one of the best of the era. it will have kind of for some people it will have nostalgic. Thanks for the bits, Click Tech Curve. For some people, it'll be a nostalgic callback, and for others who've never played it before, it will just be an exciting game to play. I also think it can be the best version as well, the best port to Rhino Fire series. Okay, good. Well, hopefully, I can do them justice. So we shall see. The PC Engine version is good, but it's not quite. It's not quite there. Thanks for the bit steps, and thanks for the bits, Amok as well. Yeah, the PC Engine suffers from a lot of sprite slowdown, which is something I mentioned in the video. I've released a new video today, by the way, Mega 65 raster rewrite buffer video. Go and check it out on YouTube if you haven't already. Appreciate it if you would, and throw me a like on there and comment and all that stuff. And so I kind of getting the hang of the YouTube now. Talking about Mega Raiden, I am, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so before we start, and I think tonight it's going to be kind of nice and easy. There's not going to be too much to do. We just need to do a little bit of intro work and maybe fix some bugs. Before I start the quiz, I'm just going to mention the Christmas compo. So it's been a fairly decent month on Twitch and a fairly decent month on Patreon, and combined with the Christmas bundle as well, which let me link to that as well. Combined with the Christmas bundle, it's meant there's quite a lot of money to put into the channel this month. Oh my god, it's still going as well. Thanks Gareth for the 100 bits, and thanks Doxter for the 500 bits as well, and thank you for the emotes as well. Cheers. Yeah, so what I'm going to do a triple giveaway this time. I'm going to give away 3 Pi 400 starter kits, or Pi 400 all-in-one kits, I think they're called. So you get a Pi 400 in it. You get the SD card that goes in it. You get a mouse, power supply, some cables as well, so like HDMI cables and such, and a little book, like a starter guide to using your Raspberry Pi. So I'm going to be giving away 3 of those, probably not next week, but the week after. So we're probably looking at the 19th of December. So yeah, there'll be 3 of those up for grabs. And the rules, with it being Christmas, the rules are going to be slightly different. I still want to give regulars an advantage. So anybody who wants to purchase a ticket can purchase one, just one extra one. There will be a free entry ticket as well. So you can have one free entry and you can purchase one. So anybody can join, anybody at all can join. The only stipulation I say is you have to be a follower. Absolutely anybody can join. You get 1 ticket for joining. Anybody who's seen to be making duplicate accounts will be disqualified as well. There will be. I will work out the exact rules for the follow accounts, follow only accounts at a later date. But basically, you'll be able to get a free ticket just for following, so anybody can join in. You'll be able to purchase one for like 2,000 tickets as well, and anybody who's subscribed can also get an extra ticket. So if you join, if you buy the free ticket and you're a subscriber, you'll get 2. So what if 3 random schmoes when you don't care about this channel? Well, I need to have a think about how best to handle that, but that's the kind of idea I'm going with at the moment. It may be that I create a very, very low price limit for the first ticket or something. I don't know, but I'll think of something. I'll have a think about it. I'll see how other channels do the giveaways, and do that. But yeah, there will be an advantage for being a subscriber, and using your channel points as well. So you will be able to get some advantage. But I want to open it up to a few more people. There'll be 3 draws throughout the night. There'll be one round about 10 o'clock, or 10:30 actually. There'll be one at 10:30, one at 11:15, one at midnight. So they'll be in the first half of the stream, and each winner will get a pie 400. And I'll just ship it directly to them from the supplier. So you'll be able to pick your keyboard layout if possible. Once you tell me where you are, I will find the local supplier for you, and give you an option of what keyboard layouts you can have. So anyway, we'll work it out close to the time. So yeah. You have to answer a question. Which eye do I cover when I'm too drunk? Okay, let's add the points to you all. Start the quiz and let's get on with the show. Oh, thank you for the emotes as well. Wow, I've got plenty of emotes. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. As I say, all of this goes into the stream, and funds these giveaways, which is really good. And this is why we're able to do a nicer giveaway this month. There we go. But keep it up like this, and maybe when the Mega 65 comes out, we'll be able to do a Mega 65 giveaway. That would be awesome. Okay, there we go. There's your bits, everybody. Let me get the quiz started. There we go. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I mean it's entirely possible. Yeah, I mean it is entirely possible. So we'll have to see. By the time it comes out, it could very much be possible. Thanks again for the bit, Samok. I missed that one. And Doxter as well. And thanks for the gift sub, Microman. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it a lot. Okay. So who got that one? Steps has got some catching up to do. I also need to think of a prize for the winner. Well, I say the winner. I think I need to think of a prize for Hayes, because I think Hayes is going to win. I think we'll run to the end of this year, so we'll run to the last episode in 2020, and then we'll announce a winner. Although I still haven't worked out a quiz for the next thing. So okay. So on the previous stream last week, we did what did we do actually? Oh, we did the logo. Yeah, we had the logo. Quiz decided. Yeah. There's still time. I mean, it's you've got quite a lead, but I don't think it's unassailable. I think you can be caught still. Just everybody needs to bring their A game in order to catch you, I think. Why is that not working? Oh, because I pressed the wrong button. That's why. There we go. Oh, got the music on as well. Steps is the only one who stands a chance. Yeah, Steps could do it, I think, but he needs to really kind of beat Hazemaker to it. So yeah, it's close, but it's been fun actually. I've really enjoyed this quiz. It was a good idea, I think. Okay, yeah. So we put the logo in. I'm quite happy with the movement on that. I think it looks kind of nice. You've got that nice kind of vertical movement with everything kind of moving individually, but you've also got that kind of compression left and right, which looks nice, which is more of a happy accident, really. If I hadn't have stepped through the table for each letter, it would have just slid left and right. But by advancing through the table each time I set the letters, it looks kind of nice. So we've got the scroller at the bottom. I'm going to leave the scroller till last because the scroller can basically be whatever memory we've got left. We can fill up with that. So we'll work that out when we've done the levels and stuff. We've still got the levels to put in. We need to do that. I think next stream actually I'm going to focus on making some levels and putting them in and seeing what we can fill up there. We are going to need a completion screen. It doesn't have to be an amazing screen or anything. It doesn't have to be huge kind of finish, but it'd be good if it was something more than just a message. It'd be good if there was something we could do. Oh, there is one bug actually. So one thing, and I was thinking about this today. I think I know what it is. So in the game, I forgot what the high score was now. Let me go to HUD code in here. Oops, high scores. Where are the high scores? Thank you for Defo, not Andy Magic Knight has followed. Oh dear. Okay, well, welcome to the stream, Defo, not Andy Magic Knight. Watch out though, the mods are horrible people here. There's this one mod in particular. Something magic something. He's an asshole. Don't let him catch you. Right, I'm trying to remember where the high score bloody table is now. So do you know what? That's actually a more common question than you would give it credit for. The two common questions are: is this really assembly, or is this Z80, or is this 6502? Like somebody asking directly what the language is, or saying this looks like weird C, or this looks like weird Java. It's always funny. All right, where's the high scores? Where have they gone? Okay, I can't remember where they are. But anyway, basically, what happens is if a certain player gets a high score, and then the other one, so it's, there you go, 10,000. I could have just done that. So if both players surpass this high score, then there's a chance, and I believe it depends on which player is higher than the other player. Which I don't think it matters. I think if both get more than 10,000. So let me try and score 10,000 on one player. And then when I get close to 10,000, I'll enable the other player. Maybe I should have tagged some floor pieces. Oh God. Hey. Okay, yeah. So I think the point is being made that it might not be that easy to prevent duplicate accounts. So I might have to have a think about this. So I'm going to start the other guy. I need to take a look at other streams because it is managed on other streams. I think it might be easy if I just make, let's just let me lower the high score. So if I just look for Acmafin in here. Here we go. I'm just going to lower that down to 100. So now all I need to do is score some points. So at least what? Yeah, that might be a way of doing it as well. So, but I think the point is as well if there was I could set my start score as low. Yeah, this will be fine. I think if there's a way to kind of prevent people, I don't mind if people can't make more than one account. And I think with the regulars, the regulars will basically most likely have twice the chance 3 times the chance of anybody else. 2 to 3 times, depending. We could just add tickets for a very low channel point score, or shimmer shillings or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to have a think about it, see how the other ones do it. Okay, right. So let me bring this guy in there. Okay, right. So now I've got 2 players that have got high scores, but not the second highest score. I think I know why this is happening. So, oh, damn it. So I should be able to fix it quite easy. Just give all prizes to Quiz League winner. Thanks for the resub, Jost80. Welcome to the stream again. I don't know. I say welcome to the stream. It's a resub, not a follow. Thank you. Appreciated. Okay, cool. So at this point, I think what happens is both players get to fill in this location. So if I push up and down on this player, yes, and on this player, yes. Also, I noticed the high score needs changing up here as well. So we need to look at that. I think it should have the pick and mix logo up here, I believe. I think that's probably going to look best. Yeah, because it's still part of the intro. So let's fix the high score first. Let's go through fixing these bugs. We'll sort the logo out on the high score table, and then we'll go ahead and try and make a nice intro, title screen, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so the problem here is what's happening is when the players finish, what it does is it goes through both players and it checks through the score list to see if you've got a high score. If you have, it inserts your score into the list. The problem is if you if the other player gets a higher score, their score gets pushed into the list. But what's not happening, even though player one's score gets knocked off the list, it's not being adjusted when it comes to inserting the high score. So what it does is if you get a high score with player one, it says, okay, I got a high score, I'm in position 8, and it updates the table with your new score. And it just says when you come to enter the high score, player one needs to change position 8. So then it checks player 2, and player 2 goes, oh, you got higher than that position. So actually you are in position 8. So it knocks the player 1 score off and puts player 2 scores in there and marks player 2 as player 2 now needs to change the name in position 8. So now both players are being told to change the name in position 8. So all we need to do, it probably sounds more complicated than it really is. All we need to do is if we move things down the table, we also need to check that the other player doesn't have a position that we need to change. Hi, you got a photo? Is this another? I think it's already a photo in my Twitch page somewhere. I think. Oh no, there isn't actually. I do. I'll add it. I'll add it to my Twitch page at some point. I'm not going to do it right now, but okay. So we're looking for the check routine. Display, no, check high score. Here we go. So one of these values somewhere is going to change, and here we go, entry index. It's going to be one of these, I believe. So let's have a look. Check high score. Oh God, I've got hiccups now. Oh no, high score positions is the one. This one here. So we have a high score, so we go and check the table to see what that position is. So at this point now, check other player to see if their position needs moving down. Okay. So if their position needs moving down, it's because the value that we're storing here is equal to or higher than the other one. So can we use the Y register here, or is Y being used? Y does seem to be being used here, but X is being used here. Well, it's being pulled from here, so we can use X. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer X to the accumulator. I'm going to EOR this with 01. I'm going to put it back again. Although actually this is always going to be moving in the same direction. So, or is it? Hang on, where's temp one? Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah, it's always moving in the same direction. Thank you for the host, Chiz. Appreciated. I've still not looked at those demos you were looking at the other day. Keep meaning to do it. I've been so caught up in trying to get stuff working on the Mega 65. I've been trying to compile some stuff, and I'm just having a nightmare at the moment. Not got very much done other than that video. That video took me 8 hours to edit. 8 fucking hours. It's an 8-minute long video, and it took me 8 hours to edit it because I had to play a load of games, and film them, and then edit the footage. And I had to play them on like Commodore, on Spectrum, on PC Engine, NES as well. I was playing on loads, and then I had to make an animation as well, so it took forever. Plus recordings, I cannot read scripts. I really can. The amount of times I had to say the same things over and over again because I would just make stupid mistakes. It's very, very hard. Okay, so actually, what we need to do here is not this at all. We can check X. If it's not equal to 1, then we actually don't need to do anything. We can, because we only need to check if it's the second player that we're adding in. So, good. So in that case, we'll skip. Otherwise, what we will do is we will compare the value that's in the accumulator that we've already stored here, to this one here, which is the first player's value. If the value that we're putting in is the same or less than, then we need to skip. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this the other way around. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to compare that to that. So now what I'm saying is if player 1 is less than player 2's position, if player 1's position in the table is higher up than player 2's position, and then we don't need to do anything. So in which case we can just jump to here. Otherwise, what we need to do is we need to increment this player's position and make them a bit lower down in the table. Now, if player position, okay, I'm going to try this now. What this might do is it might create a 9th place in the high score table. Ensure that the P1 score is the bottom of the table, otherwise wouldn't it be? Would you have to ensure that the P1 score is? This should be okay. So the default is FF, so that means way down. That's a high score position of 255. So the other thing I definitely need to do then is check if the value is negative, also skip, because if the player has got minus -1 as his position, or 255 as his position, then he doesn't have a high score, so we can skip. The only other thing that I might need to do is if you increase from a position 8 in the table to position 9 in the table, just make sure that it doesn't draw that 9th position. So what we're looking for is player 1 getting a high score, but player 2 getting a slightly higher score. So let's do that again in the game. And it should resolve, hopefully. Nothing worse than video. Yeah, it's horrible. I have a lot of respect now for people who do that, because I mean, I put a lot of videos on YouTube, but generally they're just the stream with the breaks cut out, and that takes me 5 minutes to strip the breaks out of the videos. That's really not. Oh, God, I died. That's really not a difficult thing to do. To be honest, the hardest thing about that is waiting for it to upload and um, waiting for it to render. It takes quite a while. But the amount of effort that goes into a properly edited video is insane. I didn't realize it was so slow and painful, but it really is. It's horrible. Okay, I really should have died with one of them. Let me make sure this guy gets through the door first. Then there's no. Uh, I wouldn't go that far. Much faster on a Mac, because Macs. No, I would hate to do it on a Mac. I honestly, I would hate to do it on a Mac. The 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 crappy keyboard. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you set your Mac up, but I wouldn't want to do it on a MacBook at all. The only thing that made it slightly easy was the fact that I have a relatively fast computer and a keyboard that I can work with and a mouse that I can work with. But I wouldn't want to do it on a Mac. Okay, so I can change it with player 2. I cannot change it with player 1, so that's working. That's good. So you can see there, I'm hitting up and down on the keyboard. Player 1 is unable to change it. Player 2 is. And there's no extra player down here as well. So let me just make sure that I can enter that name. Okay, now it's not letting me get past this point. So I'm assuming, yes. Okay, so player 2 could enter still then. So even though you don't see it, yeah, relatively fast in the year. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. I'm really glad I've got the 3090 now, because the amount of video RAM that those videos take up while you're editing them is insane, absolutely insane. When you've got like 4 or 5 videos and audio tracks and images and effects and stuff going on, it soon eats through that video RAM. So I'm kind of pleased I got that. I don't think a 3080 would have been that much fun to work with. There was a sprite corrupted after you got back to the game. Oh, okay. There's a sprite bug there on the player. Oh, so go. Okay, well, we'll check that out in a second. Let me just fix this thing quickly. So basically, it's this thing here. So what I need to do um, is just check this high score positions and compare this to 8. Sorry, 09. And if it's less than that, again, I can jump to skip other player. Otherwise, I need to load FF and store that at this position. So let's go and check that, and then we'll see if we can replicate this bug. Uh, it doesn't surprise me that there's a few bugs, because we have done some messing around with sprite layers and things. So sprite um, priorities and stuff. So all sorts of things could be broken. Kind of expecting it, to be honest. Okay, this time I'm going to try and be a bit clever about this. So I'm just going to. Okay, player 1 has died. So let me see if I can stun one guy and then get hit by this guy. There we go. Right. Oh, actually, I don't think player 1's going to get a score here. Oh, no. Still needs player 1 to press fire. Okay, let's go back into the game, see what this bug is. Okay, it's not showing. Typical, right? That might be 8 and not 9, so let's just change that. Hey, Prince Phase, welcome. Okay, right. So I'm gonna have to get points with this guy now. Okay, so I need player 2 to get all the points here. So through the door first, and then get them killed. God, you can tell I've not had white wine for a while because I'm going through that bottle really quickly. Halfway through already. Okay, cool. Let's have a look. Okay, so player 1 cannot change, player 2 can. Okay, it definitely wants player 1 to press fire at the end. In fact, it wants player 1 to enter a score. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, why is it jammed now? Okay. Okay, let's try just starting with player 2 and getting a high score. Still a few glitches in the transition that I want to sort out. Nothing major, but it would be good to get it sorted. Okay, so player 2 has a high score. Player 1 can't do anything. Player 2 can enter. And I'm stuck in this position. Oh no, there you go. Player 1 has to press fire. That's really weird. So high score entry. Let's have a look. Let's see where the high score entry loop is. Game over, high score positions. Uh, okay, so if there is a high score, it comes to here. So if either of these are positive, it comes to here. Then this plays, changes the music, goes into the game over loop. Oh, it just plays the music. Okay. And then game over update. So game over update in here will be the one that's working out what we need to do. High score entry index branch plus. Otherwise, jump to here. Okay. We need to clear this value as well. I'm not entirely sure what high score entry index is. I need to check those values. I don't know if it's just a position from 0 to whatever, or if it's no, it's a value into it's a value into this here, I think. Okay, so in that case, two more things I need to do. Where's it gone? This bit here. So as well as doing this here, I also need to uh, need to make sure we add 8 to that so it goes on to the next row. I think it's 8 anyway. And then finally on this one here, also need to store that here as well. Okay, that should be right now, I think. We are going to have to test this with scores higher up the table as well to make sure that they're fine and not just a player being knocked off the bottom. But if you get two players partway up the table and they have different positions, that one pushes the other one down. So if you get player 1 on the table but player 2 is higher, that it pushes them down the table properly. So we are going to need to check that. Uh, cool. Okay. Right, so let's try this. So same thing again. Get both players on the screen. If I can just get this player to die now, then we're good. Okay, and then this one to die. There we go, perfect. So again, player 1 cannot enter, player 2 can. Player 2 fills a high score in. Player 1, only player 1 seems to be able to exit the high score entry. So that's going to be update loop. How's everybody's Saturday been so far? Warcraft. You've been playing Warcraft? Oh, the new expansion. Cold until you put the heater on. Reading free. I've not read the last one actually. I put it on my shelf. I haven't got round to doing it yet. I should pick it up and read it. It's been there. It's been there 2 weeks as well. Okay, so I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, sorry, getting distracted reading other things. Shouldn't do that. After a month or two, I started looking at ASM again. Cool. Forgot everything. Yeah, it's one of those things you have. The thing is there's not many instructions, so you pick it up again pretty quickly. You just need to do it constantly. I think that's the only problem. Okay, so this is our game over check here, which we only do when both high scores have been entered. We load the debounce value. If it's it is only checking player 1 for some reason. It should be checking both players really. If either player has pressed fire when all the scores are done. Okay, that's pretty easy to do. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is we're going to let's have a think about this quickly. So if debounce is non-zero, we jump to here and we check. Wait, what if it's non-zero? Wait, this should be doing. Am I doing something wrong here? No. Okay. Just been weird on a instructions. I'm okay with memory locations. Yeah. That is tricky, to be honest. That is tricky. If you do tend to take breaks, then I probably would go with this kind of thing, having labels for everything. I mean, a lot of people do it, and people who do it all the time do it as well. I mean, it does make things easier. Personally, I prefer not to use these if I can, because I would rather try and remember these values, just because it helps me to understand a little bit more about how the Vic is structured and things like that. But it's really a minor thing, and I think probably creating some labels for the common things is probably a good practice. I just like to remember the address values as well. I can't bring myself to use labels all the time. But like you see on the Z80, I'm kind of torn between the two approaches. So because on one hand, I kind of don't want to use them. I want to learn the addresses, but on the other hand, I don't do it enough for them to sink in. So okay, so let's just ignore the debounce for a second. What is this actually doing? So this is, oh my god, that's freezing. Turn that off. So this is loading joystick 1, ending it with 1-0, which means it will be 1-0. So if the fire button is pressed, if the fire button is pressed, it jumps to here. Otherwise, it increments debounce. So if the fire button is not pressed, it increments debounce, which is okay. So in that case, if this is 0, it means we can press. If it's 1, it means we can press. In which case we jump to here, we check. Yeah, okay, right, that makes sense. So the easiest way I think then to do this is to check both joysticks at the same time. So what I'm going to do, so if we imagine the joystick value, okay, so we've got a in the case of a joystick being pressed for player 1 and player 2, this robbed. What were you robbed from? I don't understand. Big Trouble in Little China. Big Trouble in Little China. I don't know what happened. Can you clip what happened? Because I don't know what it was. So. There was a 1 at the end. Okay. Yeah, it happens now and again because of the way that the uh, the image library was set up. Some of them had 1s on the end. So let me just change that quickly for you. So yeah, you were robbed, but not a lot I can do about that until next time. God, this is a mess as well. I need to go through this at some time. Yeah, see, there's 2. See, so it's put, there's 2 of them, and it's put yeah, there we go. I'll just remove one. Actually, for now, I'm gonna have to do that because I think if I just remove one, it might break the yeah, that's fine. Okay. That one was the title screen, was it? Okay, well that definitely needs changing as well. So there you go. That's a bit annoying. So that's in there twice, but yeah, it does happen sometimes. So yeah, I've removed it. I've had to double up on it because I can't. I think it's probably safe to remove it, but it might ruin the indexing. And I don't want to screw up the save because it saves between streams which things have been which things have been displayed before. So thanks for the follow me on our art. Welcome to the stream. Cheers. Um, maybe they put oh, retro. Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about that. It doesn't deserve time and attention, to be honest. Okay, so let's imagine we've got 2 joysticks. The joysticks look like this at all times when you're not pressing anything. As soon as you press something, it goes low like that. So what we're looking for here is basically for both of these, or one or both of these values to go to 0. So anytime that both of them are not 1. So let's just ignore the other bits. So basically, we're looking for any case where these 2 values are not 1. Any of these are not 1. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to I'm going to load this value and it with 10, and then I'm going to shift it to the left, and then I'm going to OR it. Oh no, it's not going to work either. Damn it! Hang on, let me think about this. Hey Cosmin, thanks for the thanks for the resub, appreciated. I'm gonna have to prove my loyalty by smashing up the C64 if I win. What kind of games are you M3? You mean making? What kind of games are we making? This is a Commodore 64 game, written in assembly. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Platform, kind of 2-player platform game. I think I'm gonna have some red wine after this because I am halfway through that white wine bottle already, so slow it down a little bit. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is figure out how we can test both of these very quickly, for any of them being 0 here. So I guess if we we kind of need we need, no, not NAND. We need like an inverse OR is what we need. Yeah, we need an inverse OR. So actually, maybe if I take this value, OR it. So that would now be 0. If I and it was this, it would still be 1. If that was 0, it would be 0. It's not going to work either, is it? God damn it. All right, I think I'm just going to have to do it separately. It's frustrating. Exclusive OR. No, because exclusive OR will miss that as well. So basically, I want to ignore that case, accept that case, oops, accept that case, and accept that case. So it's the the inverse of an OR, really, which is, well, no, it's not even the inverse of an OR. It's it's I need to exclusive OR them both first, and then do an OR on them. So actually, let's try that. Yeah, let's do that. All right, Rupu in a box. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. All right, let's use 0 page. Let's just pick one of these random things in here, and let's create a new one. Sod it. What is this? This is game over check. Okay, so debans check. I'm going to call it here. Yeah, it's a NAND, but there isn't a NAND, is there? So time some JS pseudocode, methinks. Yeah, I think it's quite easy. I basically I just need to exclusive all this, store it, then get this one, exclusive all that, and then if I OR that with the original one. So just looking at single bits, let's just do one bit here. So in the case of this would be OR'd. Well, let's do it in a table like this. Okay. So OR both is this, OR them both together, you get this. OR these and you get 0, 1. OR them both together, you get 1. 0, 1. Obviously, it's the same, but in reverse. Equals 1, and then 1, 1. Sorry, 0, 0 becomes 1, 1, which altogether is 1. So that should work. Yeah, unfortunately, I think because you have to EOR both of these values, you have to have this separate. You have to have a temporary location to put them in. So yeah. uh, oh, cool, Licorice. Did you get cool? I saw you post something else the other day. I wasn't sure if you'd gone for it or not. Cool. Yeah, welcome to the crowd. Has anybody seen Jambita's latest video? It's pretty good. Jambita did building the 64 clone. It looks really nice as well. I'm kind of tempted myself. Somebody said to me the other day, have I got any C64s around? Oh, it's Mad Beagle actually, and I think it was yesterday. And I realized I actually don't have any C64s. I've got my Ultimate, and I've got a couple of broken boards. But I don't have a fully working original fully working original C64. So, and then I saw that video and I thought, oh, maybe I should do something like that. Yeah, the complete build from the blank PCB, very very cool, very nice looking PCB as well. So I might have to do that at some point, I think. Okay, so at this point now, we can do this comparison again here. Hang on, is that right? Let me think. If both are on, hang on. If both are on, they get flipped, becomes 0. Both off. Oh yeah, they get pulled low. That's right. Okay, yeah. So the check is slightly different here because it's inverted. So if the value is 0, okay, so we need to do and 1 0 and then change this to an equals, and this will be the opposite here. This will need the same check in here, like so. That should be right now. God, that do you know what? I'm getting. I think I'm just getting old. It's getting harder and harder to do these things. It looks good in a clear case. Yes, it really does. That's what I kind of like the look of. Which board would you build? I don't know. There's a few, isn't there? I need to look at them. I really like that one that Yana had with the gold plated. Well, not silk screen, but gold plated kind of bits on it. Look really really nice. Oh, you did go for the one in the ad. Cool. Yeah, that looked like it was not a bad deal actually. Oh, 07, 66 or 69. I don't know what the difference is between those. Oh, I see what you're saying. So they do the different board revisions. That's kind of interesting. Well, the 69 is the 250469 is, I believe that's the short board, isn't it? So you'd have to use C64 C parts for that. So I'd probably go for the 66 or the 07, I think, because they're going to be a bit easier to build for. The only advantage of using the 69 is the SID is a bit easier to come by. 250469, yeah, I thought so. But the problem with the 250469 is the PLA is a huge. It's the super PLA thing, and it's a horrible thing to desolder. And I imagine it's even worse to kind of to get. In fact, are they saying that I do have one? I do have one in my parts collection somewhere, or two actually. I might have. Um, the other advantage of the 6.9 and the 6, yeah, the 6.6 as well, I believe, is they've got less memory chips as well. They use, yeah, exactly. They use the 4-bit the 4-bit chips instead of the 1-bit chips. But I do like the '07 as well, though. I really do like the '07. So I don't know. I don't know which one I'd pick, to be honest. I'm kind of torn between them all. All right, let's run this. Hopefully, this should solve the issue now with the two player joystick thing. So we'll do the same again. We'll get a high score with player 2 and player 1. We'll make sure player 2 gets higher score than player 1. So we'll do that just by grabbing a quick score here, then bringing player 2 on to mop up, basically, to get those points. And then if we just get them both killed. Oh, actually, that's not going to work, is it? Because we need to get more than 100. But it's fine. We can check the fire button thing works. So that's good. That seems to be working. Cool. All right, let's do that again, but this time let's get more than 100 on both players, and then we'll do it again with a high score further up the table. I did like the sound of the arm SID as well. That Jan had on his stream as well. So I maybe would not mind too much which revision, because the arm SID seemed to be pretty decent anyway. So okay, cool. So I need to get points on this guy now. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay, well, this guy's going to get a higher score anyway, that's for sure. He went with the '07 in red, so it's, oh yeah, actually that's nice. I like the idea of a red board as well. I do like red circuit boards. I've got a thing for that. Whenever I buy cartridge PCBs, if the supplier does red board and it doesn't cost any extra, then I always get red board because I just like the way it looks. So all my easy flash boards are red. I think they look really good. Okay, right. Let's try this out now. So again, we've done the same thing, but now player 1 technically could have had a high score, but you can't press anything, so that's fine. Oh, Acmafin got that one. Well done, Acmafin. Laser Squad. Was Laser Squad the Hero Quest? The sci-fi hit. Oh no, that was Space Marines, wasn't it? That although I mean that looks kind of the same. Oh, okay, so we've got an issue down here. This is just the thing over here, so we just need to make sure that that is set correctly. I don't know what's causing that, but hopefully we can replicate it again. But before we do that, what I want to do is try and get higher scores with these two players. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the scores a little bit. Thank you, Red A, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well on this gloriously cold Saturday evening. It's absolutely freezing. I'm actually freezing my ass off here at the moment. Let's get some more wine in me to warm up. Laser Squad was tuning Gollop's one. Okay. But it was very much like a Hero Quest style game, wasn't it? It was like a turn-based, RPG. I just couldn't remember what the sci-fi version of the Hero Quest, because Hero Quest was a board game, right? And they did that, and it was successful. So they did a sci-fi one as well. Space Crusade, that's it. Yeah, not Space Marines. Space Marines is the Games Workshop game, isn't it? Which was kind of like a spin-off of Warhammer 40,000. Space Crusade, yeah, that's right. I used to be into the Space Marine, the Games Workshop Space Marines. They were quite cool. They were like very, very mini. Like you had the miniature Warhammer 40k figures, and then you had Space Marines, which were really, really tiny. It's a very similar game. I think it was a spin off of the same universe. but every unit had 5 on a piece. There wasn't just one unit on a model. There was 5 on a little stand, so they're very tiny little things. Oh, Space Crusade was Warhammer 40k as well. Ah, okay, interesting. I'm still waiting for a good kind of Games Workshop sci-fi game, or well, not Games Workshop necessarily, but a kind of um, a sci-fi RPG based on but well, I guess Cyberpunk is going to be that, right? I mean, that's what my hope is for it. I've tried to steer clear of reviews and trailers and stuff, so I can be kind of in awe of it a little bit more. But I'm kind of hoping that's what that actually becomes. So, and I believe that's based on. I think Cyberpunk is based on a pen and paper RPG. So, which reminds me, guys, I will be streaming that on Thursday. I've got time off work to actually play it. Sadly, start again. Um, so I won't be streaming my normal stream on Thursday, but I will be from mid morning sometime, um, for as long as I can stay awake, basically streaming Cyberpunk. I hope it's good because I've taken 2 days off to play it, so better be good. It's been a while since I did that actually. So okay, I need one more point on this guy just to catch up. Okay, that'll do. I'm just going to stand here till I die. Um, you took 4 days off. Yeah, I'm hoping it's really good. I'm gonna I'm gonna stream it. So it will be unusual because I don't normally stream gameplay like that. But I might as well. I've got a decent system that should be able to stream and play it. I say should. Last time I tried to play it didn't work. I think I need to figure out my settings before then. So um, yeah, it's been a long time since I did that as well. To be fair. Okay, so okay, this is interesting. Player 2 doesn't seem to be able to enter a high score here. Player 1 can, but player 2 can't. Player 2 definitely got a high score, so we need to work that out. Hey, Chromus. So this is, again, it's going to be in this location down here. Um, maybe this comparison is wrong. Maybe this comparison should actually be 9 now, not 8. So let's try that. I think that might be it, actually. When was the last time I took time off to play a game? I definitely took time off when Guild Wars 2 came out, but that was quite a long time ago. I mean, we're talking probably 10 years since that came out. I must have done it again since then. But I can't for the life of me think what it was that I would have played. Okay, let him die. Um, okay, get score on that one. I'll let him die. Okay. Actually, on my way to bed, but I will read those panels on the stream to know you a little bit. I was asking a few questions, but I don't need to. Oh, okay. I'm sorry if I missed your questions. Yeah, just have a read up down there. Also, join the Discord if you want to know stuff about everybody. Really, there's a nice community here. So as a pandemic and you're working from home every day is a game. Yeah, but I still have to go to meetings. I still have to, I don't want to do that at all. Okay, player 2 cannot enter a score. That's interesting. Player 1 can't even. Okay, so what I want to try now is just make sure player 1's score entry is not broken. So, okay. Yeah, I don't know how up to date those panels are, but I can attest for me still doing the things that I was doing when I wrote them. Okay, but yeah, take care. Good night. And thanks for joining, and thanks for the follow again. Appreciated. Okay, yeah. So I can enter a score. So it just seems to be if player two beats player one, it doesn't move player one properly down this list, which is interesting. And we need to sort the pick and mix logo out here as well. Okay, so we're finding plenty of stuff to do on this stream actually. These wines are pretty good actually. So the red wine is a Cabernet Sauvignon from 2018, and the white wine is a 2020 Sauvignon Blanc, which I do prefer a younger Sauvignon Blanc. So probably why I'm drinking it so easily. That is very young though. It doesn't taste of despair though, which is what I thought any drink with a vintage 2020 would taste of. Okay. Why is this not happening? I've not been having a good couple of days actually with code. I've been having a nightmare with the Mega 65 the past couple of days. I had the same issues on Tuesday doing some of the raster rewrite stuff. I had the same issues on Thursday with the checker noise stuff. Just not having a great week for code. So what's the ARM2 SID? It allows to run two SIDs at once. There is a dual SID version, but what the ARM2 SID does is it detects which power supply it's getting. So it detects whether it's getting 9 or 12 volts. And so it will switch to either 8580 or 6581 mode. I don't know if there is a difference between them or if it's just the power entry is different for them. I'd need to listen to it. I assume it would be different because they are very different sounding chips, right? So, but I do fancy making a Commodore 64 with as many new things in it as possible. Um, just so I've got a real machine. I mean, the Ultimate is pretty close to a real machine, but you are still using an FPGA for the CPU and the PLA, even though you might be using and the VIC actually, even though you might be using real SIDs, you are still using some FPGA stuff in there as well. So although the core is absolutely spot on, I mean, I've yet to find anything that's different on it. So um, yeah, that's why I was talking about Chromos earlier. That's the discussion came up. Um, considering doing something similar. Um, one consideration I had as well, and this might be of interest, um, is in the new year, um, doing a Mega 65 board giveaway. So you can get development boards with the same FPGA that's in the Mega 65. And I might do a giveaway where I get one of those, I program it with the Mega 65 core, and give that away. You just need to plug a USB keyboard into it and an SD card. Well, I'll probably give the SD card as well. But that's potentially something I might do. But just bear in mind, it's still in, we're still in a dev kit kind of at the moment. It's still very much a kind of beta work in progress machine. So you wouldn't be getting a machine that you can instantly play a million games on. You'd be getting a machine for developing on. But yeah, that's a distinct possibility sometime in January. So okay, so this didn't work. Why didn't this work? Is it this? Maybe is this? It's got entry wrong. Okay, let's go through this routine. So we check the high score. Where's it actually grabbing the high score entry index? It's doing this, but it's not doing the high score entry index anywhere. Okay, let's just remove that for a second. One advantage of the bread bin keyboards is that they can be a lot more yellowed before they look as bad as a C64C keyboard. C64C keyboards do not take a lot to look bad because they're white, so they tend to yellow very, very quickly. Um, in fact, the one I've got in my Ultimate is starting to yellow quite a lot. I think it has been retrobrighted at some point. Because it's certainly more yellow than when I got it. Uh, Anything worse than video editing YouTube's is coding high scoreboards. Yeah, they shouldn't be this bad, but I think because I've tried to go for the dual entry with two players, I've kind of complicated things a little bit more than I need to. It's almost there. It's just this. It's the two-player side that's just adding a problem. And if you have a look for the Nexus A7 100T, try to find somebody at university or college. Okay, cool. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Uh, okay, cool. I mean, it's I don't know how much they are anyway, but it was just a thought for one of the stream giveaways. Um, I did consider doing it this month, but I don't have the time. I don't think to get one, program it, test it, and get it given out this month. So I went with the Triple Pi 400 giveaway instead, which I think is a kind of cool giveaway as well. I mean, from a giveaway point of view, giving away three prizes is always going to feel better than giving one away. So that's kind of cool. Um, okay, that should be enough. Just let it die. Um, and it's a fairly new machine, so I don't think everybody has one. So there's plenty of people who were looking to get one. Because the other alternative I was going to do was I was going to buy about £300 worth of games from various, Cytronic and Protovision and places like that, and just do every 20 minutes do a giveaway with a new game, and do it that way. But the two problems with that, one is that it would well, three actually. One is it would disrupt the stream a lot. Come on, need this guy to die now. Giving away every 20 minutes. Two, it would be a shipping nightmare to £300 worth of games when you consider tapes and cartridges and stuff. You're looking at 15 games or something, 10 to 15 games. So it would have been a shipping nightmare. Um, and the final problem is, oh, it's working. Cool. The final problem is pretty much everybody has, um, everybody that follows this stream probably has a lot of these games anyway. So um, there wouldn't be very much point in just having a big selection of games that everybody already has. Okay, this seems to be working. So one last check I need to do. I just need to double check that if. Oh no, I only got 100 on that guy. Oh no, that wait. No, I got more than 100. Why has he only got 100? Why has he only got 100? There's a bug there. Damn it. So the Pi 400 seemed like a better choice because with the Pi 400, there's retailers all over the world that sell these now. So I can give away three of those, and when I work out where people are, I can just order it from their local retailer and get it sent to them. They That would also mean they'd get the right power adapter and the right keyboard layout as well. I'll offer a choice of keyboard layouts if they do a choice of layouts. Um, and so it takes the kind of shipping complications out of the equation. It's something not everybody has got. I know a few of you guys have them already, but honestly, they're that good. I don't see a problem. If I would gladly have a second one. Got one down here with my TIC 80 card in it. So this is a TIC 80 machine now. I could change the card, but having a second one, it wouldn't be a huge problem. You know, you can put one next to the TV. You might want to use one as a media machine, or you know, there's a lot of reasons to have them. Same reason I've got so many Raspberry Pis knocking around. So, uh, okay, right. So I want to just check because it seemed like the player with the lowest score didn't actually get their score in the table. They only got whatever the lowest score was already in the table. So I've scored 450 with that guy. And now I want to score high score with this guy. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay, so I've got 550 with that guy. Okay, so 450 with player one, 550 with player two. Uh, we have a player stuck in the border here. That's wrong. Yeah, see, this player is not getting the high score now, and I think that's to do with that entry. But that entry also is to do with this. This also broke the second player entry. So let me do that again and see what happens. Oh, God damn it! Why is it always so complicated? Oh, it's a TK. Oh, Tick 80. It's like a Pico 8 kind of machine, but with a bit more power, slightly less restrictions, and not in stupid 1-to-1 aspect ratio or whatever the hell it is. It's not a square. It's more of a widescreen thing, or at least like 4:3. It's definitely not what the Pico 8 is. Uh, but I've got a bare metal version of it running on there, so it will boot directly into or well, actually I did have I broke it. I need to sort the install out. But it boots straight into that without needing to boot into any OS like Linux or anything. Okay, so it's refusing to put that player's score in here for some reason. Ah, I know why. I know why. This is so obvious. Okay. It's because what we're doing, we've correctly moved this index down. That actually, no, that is wrong. We don't need to do that. But what we do need to do is we need to take the score that's in this position and move it down one in the table. Okay. So I need to figure out where that's been done now. Stores play position. Yeah. So I need to figure out where the high score is being written. The high score just isn't being shuffled down. The position is being shuffled down, but the high score is not being. Oh no! Wait, no, that's not right. It should be being shuffled down. God damn it! Why is this? Why is this such a pain in the ass? Right. What should we go for? Let's go for another red. Oh shit. Okay. So what we're actually doing in this routine is we're going through each player. So this is each player. We're checking if we have a high score. And if we do have a high score, this is what we do. We take what is this value? What's this here? Let's shift to the right, shift to the right. That's the Y register. Oh, okay, so that's checking the digits. Okay, so that's working out where we are in the table and it's storing it in high score positions. Okay, cool. So this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is why. I'm not sure if that's right either, but we'll come back to that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we check this here to work out if we're actually looking at player 2. So let's write that in. But all we've done is we've stored a high score position. We haven't stored a high score here. So we check if we are indeed on player 2. If we are, if we aren't, we jump to here and we just carry on doing what we were doing before. In which case we set 0 as our high score entry index. High score entry index is where the flashing cursor is. That's where, so that will be 0 to 7, which is where the flashing entry is. That's what that is. Okay. Otherwise, if we are on player 2, what we do is we take player 1's position and we check does player 1 currently have a high score? If not, we jump here and we carry on like normal. If player 1 does have a high score, is it higher than our score? Is player 1's score higher than player 2's score? If it is, we don't need to do anything and we jump down to here. If player 1's score is lower, then we do need to do something, in which case we increment the high score positions here. Then we check that that needs to be 8. We check that hasn't gone off the bottom of the table. If it has, we need to do this, which is remove the high score and remove the entry. And that's it. That's all it should be. Why is that struggling to put 2 players in the table, or at least get the scores right? Okay, so I guess the next thing we need to do is work out where the scores are actually being added. So is that my favorite brand? No, I wouldn't say it's my favorite brand, but it's a quite a common brand here, and it's fairly decent. So yeah, you know, it's quite drinkable. I just they had an offer on at the supermarket, um so yeah, I ordered that. Oh, why is my chat failing? I can buy 750. Yeah, I mean it's fairly decent wine. It's not. I mean it's cheap, but it's good for cheap wine. You can get a lot worse than this. That's for sure. But I thought tonight I would just go for 2 bottles of wine, no cider like I've been doing. Just just going for that directly. I don't know why, but my chat seems to be broken on the stream overlay anyway. Let me just write test in here. Let me do Itchmas. So yeah, just a reminder, guys. Oh no, it is working. Fair enough. C64 bundle. This is one of the reasons you guys are getting 3 Pi 400s this month, because the Itchmas bundle has made enough money for me to top up the Twitch and Patreon cash this month and pay for that and a little bit more. So mince pies. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh, I need to draw something. I need to draw yeah, I need to come up with something for that. That's good. I'm stealing that, Hayes. I'm stealing that. It's actually making me chuckle a bit inside. I like that. Okay, all right, yeah. So what I wanted to do is just work out where this high score is being updated. So this is the value data, so it has to be being updated at some point. So we're looking for a store with that value. So load, load, load. Store. Here we go. Store. Check high score. So this is going through the high score. Yeah, it gets to here. Oh, and then it shifts all the high scores down. So it actually puts the entry in and shifts everything else down. Yeah, so this shouldn't be a problem. I don't know why it's not inserting the high score properly. Where is the loop? Here's the loop that jumps back to next player. I think we might need to put some breakpoints and stuff in. Hey Stoker, did someone say mince pie? Yeah. Mince pie, yeah, warm mince pie. Oh God, I want a mince pie. Brandy cream, brandy butter. Damn it. No brainer, even though I bought a few of those games previously. Yeah, that's. I mean, a few of us did Christmas versions as well, so there is a little bit of an incentive to get it. Um, Pardon me. Oh God, excuse me. Um, but it's a great little bundle as well, and it really has brought attention to to those games, which is nice. Even Itch is well, Itch has featured it on the main page, so it's a bundle feature on the main page of Itch. So it's right there across the middle of the first page that you load into. And Itch even tweeted about Doc Christmas as well, which I was kind of pleased with. And for anybody who thinks Dot Christmas is just a reskin of Dot Cosmos, you are 95% correct, but there are 5 or 6 extra screens in there with slightly more puzzles than the rest of the game. So there are a few bits in there that if you have completed the original game, there's a few extra kind of twists and turns in the game, and some of them are yeah, are a bit. You have to think about them a little bit. So um, that's why it took me so bloody long. So okay, right, getting sidetracked, Anna. It gives you a taste of what's to come as well in the in well both in the Game Boy version of Dot Cosmos, which will be a much bigger version than the C64, and Dot Cosmos 2, which has tons more kind of thinking puzzles than the original game. I just need to get some time to get back to it, but it's just taking a bit of time. I haven't touched it in a few months, so um, I will get back to it though at some point. Okay, so it is moving the high scores down here, and then it's inserting a new score here. So I'm unsure why that's happening. So what I'm going to do in that case, I'm going to stick a breakpoint in here, and I'm going to go through it in the debugger. I think that's probably the sensible thing to do now. Now, I hate doing this in the debugger because I can never get it to. I think I need to figure out how to get this to work with 2 players. So without using the same joystick, because you can get it to work on one joystick, but that's kind of no good for what I want. So, oh, one interesting thing about the Mega 65, as I was trying to convert some of the USB serial stuff to Node, um, just because I was having some troubles with the Windows compilation of the C code. The well, saying that, I'm having problems with the Linux compilation. I think it might actually be my CPU. I think because it's AMD and not Intel. Um, but anyway, I digress. I was looking through that code and I realized that actually setting a debugger like this for the Mega 65 would actually not be impossible. Although it would be more like a remote debugger to the real machine. So it wouldn't be a debugger where with an emulator in it. It would be a remote debugger which can monitor memory locations and instructions on the real machine. Okay, so here, so use joystick port. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to do one player and then quickly turn the other player on before I die. Okay, it's gonna be a bit awkward, but yeah, remote. I think a remote debugger is definitely possible. I definitely had. So I had a way to read monitor, so I can read the memory commands, and I could read the current instruction, the program counter, the registers. I could read all the things you would expect a debugger, and there was enough in there to be able to create a basic remote debugger. So okay, let's do this one now. So now if I start, I should get a second player up here. I apologize for the flickering nature of this. It's the debugger. Let me do that. There we go. Okay, so I just need more points on this guy, which I have. Then I need to get onto here. This is awkward because I have to keep switching between them, and it's just because of the way this works. in the debugger. So I need player 2 to get through the door first. I only need to do this once, and then I should be able to figure out what the hell's going on. Okay, so we're through there now. So I can actually turn it on for both players now and just get killed. Okay, cool. Right, here we go. So debugger. Thank you for the follow, Jesper. Gravguard, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Wait, are you the Jesper I think you are? Let me check something here. Let me check something here. You are as well. I couldn't remember your last name, but welcome, Jesper, and thank you for your Mega 65 code work. Very very much appreciated. So for those who don't know, Jesper has done some modifications to the Kick assembler Java code to support the. Did I actually close that down? God damn it, I did. To support the 65, the Mega 65, and I've started using that. So I've moved over from using my. I'm actually still using my opcode, sudo opcodes, because there is just that one command which I've sent Jesper a bug report for, which breaks my code. So I have to use the sudo opcode just to fix that one. But other than that, it looks like it's ready for the big for the big time. Yeah, ready for the big time. So that's good. I will on my next video, my next YouTube video, I'll probably do something on that as well. I might do an introduction to the 45GS02 instruction set, because it is a little bit different to 6502. And while I've touched on it briefly in other videos, it would probably make sense to do a 20-minute to half an hour video just going through the new instructions and the new modes as well. So I'll probably do that at some point and point people towards your version, Jesper. Okay. Right, let's open up the files again. God damn it. Let's go back in here. Okay, so we should hopefully hit a breakpoint now. Right, now come into here. There we go. Okay, so we're at a breakpoint. So here we are. So we've got checking the high score. We could probably do with. Oh no, this is fine for now. Okay, let's just scroll through a little bit and find out has high score. Okay, so here's where we need to check. So if we run this to that point. Okay, so player 1 has got a high score. We know that for sure. If we just skip one ahead, we can tell it's player 1 because the index in X is 0, which is player 1's index. I don't know why it doesn't seem to be followed. Oh, there we go. It's not following it because I'm not on it properly. There we go. So at this point, it should skip over this entire thing and just create a new high score. Let's just go and check where the high scores live in the table. So we can actually see them being edited. So this is where the names are. High score name data, okay, which is six AE 5 6AE1. It looks like. Let's go to 6AE0. Let's go there and check that. Okay. Oops. Oh, damn it! I always get the wrong button on here. Oh, that'll do. 6AE0. Okay, so here's our high scores. You can see them here in the table. So we'll keep that screen on there. And then what we'll do is we'll advance through this a little bit and hopefully be able to follow where this is at, which is here at the moment. So skipping through this. Okay, so I think this should skip over because we're on player one, which it does. So that's good. So that means it should just begin to enter the high score now. So now it's going to shift all the high scores down. So our high scores are here. So you can see we've got a 100 in the bottom. We've got a 200 here. So we're expecting those scores to get shifted down. So let's go through this routine a little bit. Okay, so as soon as we leave this routine, she's going to have to do it for each of the 8 characters. There we go. Okay, so now we're in the new situation. You can see here it has indeed moved this one down. Oh, it's not moving things properly. It's not moving things properly. That's the problem. God damn it. I get too drunk for this as well. Maybe I should switch over to the yeah, I think I might do actually. High score. What I might do is map out the high score on paper at some point. I don't often do things on paper, but I think this might be one that is worth it because of the 2-player thing. However, I've had enough wine now that I don't want to do that right now. And it's not stopping us from doing the rest of the thing. It's not a game breaking bug at the moment. I mean, it's obviously not something we want to release, but what I might do is shift over to doing the intro stuff so we can do something a bit more interesting. Ready Player 2. I've still, I've not watched Ready Player 1. I haven't read any of the books and I haven't watched the film, so I should probably really do that at some point. Been debugging in Psychic Case over some years, working on 6502 C compiler, so I knew the code was structured well towards handling the newest CPU. Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised how well the sudo commands worked. I was able to pretty much make every command work with only minor things. Like the worst thing I'd have to do is stick a macro marker in front of things. So if the opcode was ambiguous, I would have to stick a macro marker in, so it would use a sudo command instead of using trying to use the opcode. But other than that, I mean, it's been pretty easy to do. There were some small hacks I did, like there's no such thing as comma Z, for instance. But what you can do is you can declare Z as a constant, and then what will happen is when a macro is called, when a sudo command is called with a comma Z on the end, its addressing type gets a different number that doesn't exist. So you get an addressing type constant that isn't comma X, comma Y, but it's some other thing like -6. And so I was able to assign an addressing mode to comma Z, which was kind of interesting. So yeah, I managed to do a lot with the sudo commands, which just shows the power of a language like of an assembler like Kick Assembler. It was pretty good. But yeah, I was surprised at what it could do. And there was only a few cases where I needed to like create new commands like LDA32, and then the rest was just changing the Kick Assembler syntax highlighting file, which is a standardized syntax highlighting file anyway. So it's just like any other IDE pretty much. It's just a load of regular expressions basically. Uh, Okay, so yeah, it is a really good assembler. I wish more people would get into it. Just so many people are put off by it being Java, and it's just like Java's not as bad as it used to be. It's all right. You can get by with it. Uh, and I like it. I couldn't use anything other than Kick Assembler. I really couldn't. All right, so let's. I'm going to take a quick break because I didn't have a break last hour, so I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes, guys. When I come back, we'll just park the high scores for now. I will map out those high score. I'll probably do a flow chart of the system. Um, uh, yeah, Kickass doesn't require you write Java. Yeah, exactly. You just need to have a Java. You just need to have a JVM on there. So Java paid and pays my bills, not ashamed. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll do some intro. So we'll do something a bit more interesting because I could dig around in this high score code for hours and not get anywhere. The alcohol's kicking in now, so let's do something a bit easier. Let's make an intro screen. Let's stick some credits in there, maybe kind of some animations and stuff. Start looking at how much room we've got left, and start tidying this game up into a full game. Then it's really just bugs that need to be fixed. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. I shall leave you with the quizzes as ever, and I shall see you in five. Be right back. Seriously, none of you guys know this, right? I'm gonna guess this one. Oh, somebody beat me to it. Damn it! I was gonna do that. Uh, I feel like I forgot something. Then what did I forget? No, I feel like I've forgotten something, but whatever. All right, let's get this red wine down. Right, let's. Right, the bottles are kind of right. The red wine I'd well, the my girlfriend had already had two glasses of that, so let's go with a white wine, which now looks like rosé wine because I poured it into a red wine glass. Okay, let's do the intro stuff. So first of all, I want to work out how much memory we've got. So let's just load the game up. Um, oh shit, I've got a breakpoint somewhere, haven't I? I should probably get rid of that breakpoint, which is in game over, which I think is in animations. There it is. Okay, let's just get rid of that. So we'll come back to that. High scores I definitely need to look at. I had a feeling I knew what was going on with that, but obviously it was a bit more than I thought. Um, the system kind of worked, and certainly if you're just playing for what as one player, you're not going to see an issue. The only time you're going to see an issue is when you're playing with two players. But as the game is kind of designed to be a two-player game, well, I mean, it's designed to be both, but it's primarily designed to be a two-player game. So it would be good to get that. Oh, games, yeah. Sorry, let me stop that. I do forget that. I should tie that to my stream elements, my stream deck, so it stops doing that. Oh, what's that? That's very sparse, whatever that is. Oh, it's. I know what this is. I want to go. I want to play. Hang on, I want to play. Oh, damn it! Who got that? Fitchain. God damn it! I was going to type that. Well done. Um, okay, right. Let's give this a quick run, and then we get an idea of just how many. Why is it's not actually loading from F7? For some reason, F7 has stopped working. Have I pressed the function key on my keyboard or something? What the hell? Is it because I got that open? Is that stuck somewhere? Oh, it's because that's on. God damn it! All right, let me close that. It's because that's open. That's why. I was trying out some disk stuff on the emulator, and it's not quite there. I'm not sure what's breaking. So I just want to get the real hardware working first before I verify it on there. Okay, there we go. Right. So the only reason I wanted to load it is I want to have a look at the memory map and see what we've got. So the first kind of chunk of space is, well, actually we've got a bit down here. However, it is being used. So 0400 to 0800 is your default screen space on the C64, but I am using it as a kind of temporary copy area. So I can't really put anything there because it is used as a kind of buffer area. It's like a 1K buffer for certain things that go on the screen. So can't really do anything with that. Um, uh, Simple arcade games took away your cores. Yeah, this is why I want to make Raiden. I mean, the whole reason I'm making Raiden is because I shoveled, God knows how much, but I shoveled an awful lot into the arcades playing Raiden. So I thought it made sense to do a game that I played a lot in my youth, but it hasn't really had a good 8-bit conversion. Uh, So yeah, that's what I'm aiming for anyway. Thank you, Jacob CH, and for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, the original screen space 0400 is taken up by a copy routine. The copy routine is actually a Sprite copy routine. It's copying I can't remember exactly what it's copying, but it's copying some sprites there for some reason. Um I think it's something to do with the transition. It might not be necessary anymore, but I might have to look into that because that might be a kilobyte I can free up. um, so then the next area is this area here. So I deliberately put the intro text here because there was a little bit of space, not a lot. I mean, we're looking at maybe what 700 bytes or so. I think ideally I want the intro text to be more than this, so I would like to maybe move this at some point. Then we've got the music as well, which currently is taking up 6 kilobytes. Don't really want to change that. I like the fact that this game has got so many tunes. I can't remember how many it is, but Phase 101 did an excellent job. I think we've got, I think it's like 10 tunes or something like that. Eight, 9, 10 tunes. That's a lot anyway, which is nice. Certainly good when you've got an arcade game. You need this kind of variation for something you're going to play so much. Then pretty much everything here. I mean, it could probably be optimized, but there isn't really any space in here yet. And that goes all the way up to the sound here. So the sound library, the sound routine, I think I still need to tidy this up a little bit because I think this is, oh yeah, so this is the sound effects and yeah, sound effects and the sound effects macro, which doesn't take up memory, but will get called. Um, the music player with the NTSC fix and the track display as well. So that's what's taken up that area. But we do have what looks to be round about 500 or 600 bytes here that may be useful here. So there's a few little bits of room we could maybe use here. Could maybe store some text fields or something here for the intro. But this is what this is all about, by the way. I'm looking for where we can put the intro, where that can live. And actually that is kind of it up till the map data. So there really isn't an awful lot. The title screen is here. This is where you would expect the code. So we've got about 600 bytes towards the end, which needs to be the code. And then we've got the intro text down here, which I said was around about 700 or 800 bytes, but closer to 700, I think. So we've got maybe 1.25 kilobytes to put an intro in. And considering we need to put credits into that, so we need to get myself in there. We need to put the names of everybody who's contributed to the graphics, which is a pretty long list now, to be honest. I mean, you've got myself, you've got Stoker, Warlock, uh, Four Eye did some as well. I think Steps has done some as well. So we need to add all those in as well. Then you got music, so you got Phase 101. Richmond Mike has got a tune on there as well. So I think I agreed with Phase that we'd probably do Phase 101 featuring Richmond Mike because it is basically 10 tunes by Phase and one by Richmond Mike. But we need to attribute those as well. Level design, I mean, as much as I would like to just put everybody who's going to design a level in, I think that might take too much. I think that's going to be what the text scroller is for. And then you've got the levels. So the levels go here. Now at the moment they're sitting in this range here. No, actually they're not. Sorry, they're sitting in this range here. And we've got quite a lot of space from 8600 up to B800. So we've got 8.5K of room there. No, 8 to 9 to 8 to B. So we've got 12.5K of room for levels. So there is room up here to do stuff. But obviously, I'd like to try and avoid putting anything, because the more we can squeeze into the lower areas, the more we can put into the levels as well. So the moment the levels are taking up, what's that, 640K roughly, 640 bytes roughly. But we've only got 3 levels in here, I believe. Maybe 4. So that is gonna fill up. I don't need to become famous. I'm already on a high score. I think you're the first person to leave the high score. No, you're not quite the first person. Andy Magic Knight's the first person to leave the high score table. Hazy's going to be all right. I think 250,000 is quite a hard thing to get. That's a hard score to reach, I think. Bearing in mind we only have one. You don't have any continues basically. Give you 1 million. No. Well, to be fair, I don't know what these scores are going to be yet. We need to play it a little bit. We need to do some testing. We're a little bit behind schedule. I kind of wanted to be at the point where we were just testing now. But there's been a few kind of bugs that have cropped up and things have been a little bit more complicated. Plus, we're lacking levels. So it's probably going to be early next year when this is finished. But I'm hoping that like in January we can begin testing this. I really want to finish it because I want to get onto Parasol Stars. I've got so many good ideas now for Parasol Stars. I'm dying to get onto it. Also, I want to get as many people as I can helping out with that. I want Parasol Stars to be a much more. I mean, this has been a community effort, but I really want Parasol Stars to be a huge community effort. Okay, so let's go ahead and just start putting the intro in here. We may just have to keep an eye on this. It has the potential for overflowing very quickly. So we need to be aware of that. If it does start overflowing, then what we can do is we can start putting the code here just before the soft sprite patterns, and just basically working our way down from the top of memory, from the top of map memory, basically reducing the amount of space we have for levels, but hopefully not too much. So yeah. It definitely isn't Quicks. Oh no, it is Quicks. It definitely is Quicks. I know, because I played it and it was called Quicks. I should probably find the C64 version sooner. Yeah, there you go. Says Quicks here. Let's check. Maybe it's got 2 names. No, this is called Quicks. Ah, the lines are called sticks. Look at comments. But it was called Quicks on the tape that I had. The box said Quicks on it. Yeah, look, Quicks. I remember having the box and it said quick kicks on it, quicks on it, whatever. Now interestingly, there is one called Sticks. Maybe it's just one with two names. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's probably just got two names. Okay, that's fine. I just add a new name in. I knew it as Quicks. That's the one I had it on. The tape that I had definitely had that on. Yeah, see that it has the same game. It was, same HUD as well. Uh, Interesting that the Wikipedia doesn't mention that it's got two names though. That is interesting. Interesting. Oh wait, hang on. And no, the one I played definitely had a white background. I definitely played this on a white background. I definitely had this game and it was definitely called Quicks. But yeah, yeah. Read the top comment. Okay, damn it. I've just closed it. I don't know. On that video, that same video. Um that is the top comment. I think we should probably allow either name for that. I knew this game is. I think it's a publisher thing. I think if it was published by Supersoft, it was Sticks. If it was Taito, it was Quicks. In fact, I know it's Kicks because I had it on tape, and it was called Quicks, and it had a white background, and I got it on. I got it on a tape as well. It was on. It was on one of the. I think it was on a Zap tape, and it was called Quicks on that as well. What do you mean this one? This game is called Sticks. Not. Yeah, I need to find what tape that was on. Because yeah, looking at this, there is a version. But see, that doesn't look familiar though. That's the weird thing. That does not look familiar. Yeah, and that looks completely different. That's not the game I played. Interesting. Interesting. But my tape said Quicks on it. I remembered my tape saying that on it. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I mean, it's one game. I don't really care. I would love to. I would love to find. I wish I had all my tapes. So it's a shame. Oh well, whatever. Or if I could find the Zap version, I bet the Zap version would be easy to find because then you're removing it from which publisher it was, but what a magazine said it was called and put on their tape. So that might be the one to do. Ah, Krypton Factor. I wish they'd bring that back. That was a great show. Do you remember they used to do there were two things I always used to really love about that show. So they did all like the memory tests and things like that, and like you had to build they had like a weird perspex puzzle, and you had to build it sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. They did flight sims. So they put the contestants in a real Boeing flight sim, and said, right, you've got to land this 747, and that's what they had to do. They had to land a 747, and they'd get scored. They get judged by a real pilot, and they are based on their landing, and the assault course as well. And the assault course, and Carlton Handley will tell you this because he lives right next to it. Is in a is in Holcombe Brook, I think it's called, which is a place up north, near Peel Tower, and there's like an assault course there. Um, and yeah, you could pay to go there and do the assault course as well. But it was the Krypton Factor assault course, which is kind of cool. So I always enjoyed watching that. It's like, yeah, I know where that is. I've been there. One guy actually went on to be a pilot, really. And now we have flight sim that is actually the new flight sim is incredible, I've got to say. Right, drinking more red wine there. Whew. Right, let's get this intro underway. Thank you for the follows, Silverat70. I missed that one. Very much appreciated. Welcome. We've not done very much this stream actually. I spent all my time pissing around with the high score table. So intro is what we're going to do. So we do have a title screen somewhere. This one here. So I think the easiest way to do this is to have a paging system. So when this initializes, it's going to reset a page. That page is going to start at 0 and it's going to work its way through various pages. Each page is going to have a timer. The timer is going to count down from a value, preferably in 1 byte. So we'll use a timer to make sure it doesn't tick every frame, but we'll do it like every other frame or something, or every 3 or 4 frames. Then it'll be like 15-20 seconds per screen. When it gets to that, it will exit that screen and do setup on the next screen. So let's have a look at what we've got. This is our intro at the moment, and obviously the intro is doing the scroller at the bottom, and we need to leave a lot of this kind of in place. So we're going to do stuff down here. So what we're going to have is we need a page number, so we need to know which page we're on. So we put that at the top. Let's keep all the constants, or all these things in, not constants, all the variables in a nice place. Page number here. Oh, I can tell the wine's hitting there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, at the end of here, we're going to set 0 as our first page. And at the moment, we're doing this game display high score. I'm going to move that there. I'm just going to comment out. We're not going to do that now. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do setup page. But that's going to be down here. So what do we need? We need, for every page, we're going to need a setup page, an update page in case there's anything that needs updating on that particular page, and a destroy page. So if we do need to remove things from the page, the easiest way of doing that, which also means we can just put a next page in here as well. There we go. I think that's what we need. Thanks for the follow, Clout Warthog. Clouth Warthog. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well on this lovely freezing cold Saturday evening. It's kind of ridiculous out there at the moment. I'm so glad. I'm not getting warm at all. It's really cold. Problem is, if I close, so I've got a door over there, but if I close that, I'll just overheat instantly because this machine puts out so much freaking heat. It's ridiculous. So I have to keep my door open. But it's freezing. It's absolutely freezing. I have got like a little fan here. Maybe I can close up my next break and see if I get enough from the fan. But no, I'm not getting warm. Not enough anyway. I really do like the flight sim, the new one, the Microsoft one. I need to get a better stick for it though. I think I've had this for, oh, God knows how long now, but I've had it a while. It's not bad. It's not a bad flight stick, but it's just not quite up to scratch really for new flight sims. It does a job for Elite Dangerous. It's really good for Elite Dangerous actually, but not so great for flight sim. I forget what it's called now. Cyborg Fly 5 or something. Okay, so we need a setup page, which is what we're calling here. And this is going to, depending on which page we're on, it's going to jump to a different routine. So the easiest way to do this is to set up. Actually, do we want to do it with, because these are all going to be different, aren't they? So okay, let's put the next page here. And let's think about these. So destroy page. Okay, yeah, these probably need to be different. So what I'm thinking is here. So we do something like this. So to put a 0 on there as well. There we go. And then this would be update. Destroy. So what that would mean is in these functions down here, or at the bottom, these need to actually calculate a value by taking the page number, doubling it, left, yep. I do that every time. I have to work out my left and right. Did you regret selling your HT Vive yet? No, not really. I didn't really play it enough, so I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, and I think I got my money's worth out of it. I had a couple of like house parties and stuff where people would use it, so it definitely it it was worth like the money to kind of experience it and try it out. But I realized it was just too much kind of faffing around to really to set it up to kind of uh yeah, it was just a lot of messing around. So I would like to play Half-Life Alex, but I can wait. It's fine. I'm not that eager to play it. Half-Life Alex seems like a bit of a cop out from not making Half-Life 3, to be honest. So 1 megahertz CPU can't keep you warm. Need more vibrations. Yeah. Just imagine the Mega 65 doesn't even get hot at 40 megahertz. Okay, so whatever I do here, I need to also do down here. So I'm just trying to think of an easy way to do this logically. Because what I need to do is I need to do this. I need to load setup page table. And then that needs to be stored at some self mod location +1. And this would be self mod location +2. Like so. Use plus here just to indicate that we're grabbing from two slightly different locations. And then this is really it's this, isn't it? It's that simple, right? So when I do jump to subroutine setup page, it's actually going to grab the page from the table, do that. Now, what I don't like about this is we kind of have to repeat this code for this and for this. That seems like a lot of wasted bytes. But I don't see an easy way around this just yet. So let's just put it in. We can always move some of the other code here, so we can find something in here that we can move up to the end of map data if we need to. Let's just see how we go. First of all, let's see if we struggle to kind of fit everything within 500 or 600 bytes that we have. So I am feeling really drunk. It's kind of incredible how much this wine is hitting me, considering. I think it's because I've been having cider. Oh my, no, it's probably because I've had 2/3 of both bottles. So That's probably what it is. Okay, so in that case, now we should be able to do set up page 0 here. And update page 0 here. And destroy page 0 here. So each page is going to have its own set of these. It could be that some of them are shared. So, for instance, a destroy page might just be removing text from that middle section, right? And if that's the same on all the pages, there might be some pages with sprites, right? But let's say the first 2 pages just have text in the middle. Then destroy page can probably be shared. So we could probably do something like this. Make sure page 1 and 0 share the same piece of code. So that's one thing we can do. But the other thing we need to do as well is we need to make sure that the update page is what has the ticker in it. So at the moment, this is just immediately calling this, but we don't want to have to repeat the kind of logic that times a page here. We want to do that on this side here. So we need to put a timer, which I'm going to put in here. I'm going to call it a page timer. And it's going to start on, well, I mean, I'll just put 0 in here, but it's going to start on FF when it initializes. So and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a couple of pages in here just so we can see it switching between 2 pages. And what we'll do is so the setup is going to be drawing the page. Update might not necessarily be doing anything. So actually, for the most part, update is just going to be RTS. So let's just put an RTS in here. And let's duplicate that because I think these are going to be the same for now, at least, anyway. And then it's the updates, the setups that are going to be different. And the updates. Okay, so and next page obviously needs to be worked out. Okay, let's say page 1 just has some credits in it, right? So let's just draw something in page 1. So let's put credits here. And let's do it with lines. Let's do credit 0. Because I don't want to waste space here. So I only want to do the bare minimum I need to actually draw credits on the screen. So let's do like 3 lines of credits or something like that. For now, let's just draw 1 line in there. So let's load X with 0. Screen RAM plus I mean, we'll do line 10 down plus another 10 maybe X. And we'll compare that to, do we want terminating zeros or do we want, yeah, let's put terminating zeros in because we may no, actually, let's do that here. Okay, branch if equal to exit. Otherwise, jump back to there. And this is exit. For now, we'll just put an RTS here. So if we put a text in here, let's just write page 1. And then we need to put a byte 0. In fact, I think if I do, is it that? I can never remember what this is actually. Is it that or is it that? I think it's that. Let me. I think it is that. Let me try that out. What do you call an elephant that? I knew that one. I was going to answer that one. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. How is it going so? Oh, because Cosmin's on a mission. I couldn't see the redeems. That's why. Let's have a look. Why did the cookie cry? It was feeling crummy. Oh God. How does a dyslexic poet write in? Okay. I mean, if you're dyslexic and you're making word plays like that, then you're not dyslexic. What do you call an elephant? Yeah, I knew that one. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino? Elephino. What? Oh, that's that's Macarena. Oh dear. Okay. That's terrible. That's terrible, Microman. Oh, interesting. SP's gone in with Commando straight away. I'm not so sure. What is that? I I know what it's portraying. Yeah, I was going to say I know what it's portraying, but I don't know what the game's called. I didn't realize that there was a game of that, but I realized what it was portraying. That's cool. Wow, I didn't realize that that was a part of that game. Might have to check that out at some point. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? So I think this is okay. I can't remember. Does anybody here, anybody know Kick enough to tell me string how to do these kind of marketed strings? I think it is that. I need to check though. Let's look at dot text maybe. Text. There you go. String values. No, it's this. There you go. Can't see your editor. So you should be able to pass these things in, but you can only do that if you and I need to do it like this. Unless you pass hex values in to the string. So it's a prefix. Yeah, you use at as a prefix to the string, and then you can pass in backslash $, and then you can pass in any two characters, and it will use that as a terminator. Well, it will use it as wherever you want in the string. I knew there's a way to do it. I couldn't remember what it was, so I might as well use it. So I was going to draw that on the first screen. We don't have a update. We don't have a return. So let's just see if that works. Hopefully, we should just get the word, the letters page 0. I'm not even sure how this is going to look. It's very likely it might not look correct. So unknown symbol set up page 1. Really? I thought I'd done. Oh, okay. Okay, so I mean there'll probably be a different routine for set up page 1, but let's just check it for now. No such thing as screen ram, because it's probably screen underscore ram, because my variable naming scheme is very inconsistent. So yeah, I think the next, okay, that's not written page at all. Let's see if that's actually getting in there. Let's put a breakpoint in there. I think my next YouTube video, because I'm actually enjoying the video editing as much as it is tedious and long and stuff. I think it's kind of fun to learn. I know I'm not using the tools that everyone else uses. I'm using a tool called Shotcut, which is in my opinion, a better version of Adobe Premiere. It's open source, it's free. It creates files that are the same quality but are like 20% of the size of the original Adobe Premiere files. But I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do the 45 GSO2 instruction set next. So not the advanced instructions. So I'm just going to go through the comparing the 6502 opcode for opcode versus the 45GS02, which is basically just like what is the Z register, what is the Q register, what is the B register, what are those three new registers, what are long branches versus short branches, what is base page versus zero page, that sort of thing. Just going through like the basics of 45GS02, and then I might do a second part a couple of weeks after or a week after or something, where I talk about the very specific well, actually no, the Q register is one of these specific things. So was that CBD? No, I'm not smoking CBD oil anymore. I'm just on where is it, this stuff, just normal vape oil basically. So the 45GS02 has a pseudo register called the Q register. The Q register is a 32-bit register which uses A, X, Y, and Z to form a 32-bit value. But you can use it like another register. So you've got store accumulator quad, load accumulator quad, things like that. And then you've got the B register, which is the base page register. So by setting a value in there, so if you just set 0 in the base page register, then 0 page will be 0 page. But if you set any other value than 0, then your 0 page moves to somewhere else. So you can move it to any page in 64 kilobytes of memory. And that's kind of really powerful. You can do some amazing stuff with it. I've already used it in Raiden, and I intend to use it a lot more as well. The disk stuff I'm doing at the moment is going to use it, but it means you can kind of have so imagine you've got a block of memory. So imagine like this now, right? Imagine if instead of just putting this at whatever place, I did this, right? I did store this at 3000, right? Now imagine that what I did was in here, I also did uh okay, so now I've got, so that would be here like that. There we go. So now I've got a base page, which is 0 page, right? So if I put a temporary in here, you think, okay, this is a temporary byte that lives in 0 page. Oh God's sake, there we go. But what I can do is in this bit now, let's just say I'm writing some code in here. In this bit now, what I can do is I can say if I load the accumulator with 30 and transfer that to the base register. Oh God's sake, why is this not? There we go. Transfer it to the base register. Now, anytime I do 0 page lookups, this will be a 0 page lookup, so it will just be 2 bytes, but it will grab the byte from here instead. It will actually be grabbing it from actually this location here. So ideally, what you probably want to do is that and not that, and use that instead. So this will still be a 0 page lookup because it's getting the lower byte of this here. But now the 0 page lookup is in the location M. So you can you can create for whatever piece of code you're writing, you can have a little bit of the beginning of that area of code. You can say, this is all 0 page lookups. You can have all your 0 page instructions in the code that you want. You're not limited to 256. You can spread it out. So if you're writing a multiplex, you can say, okay, I've completely reserved this entire 256 bytes for my multiplexer, and you can put that there, which when you've got 40 megahertz is going to be super useful. So it's really powerful, and I'll be going through that a little bit, I think, on the next stream that I do. Thank you for the follow, 0x. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's hexadecimal for, but it's hexadecimal for something. What's that? M-E. I'm gonna work this out. Okay, so that's capital M-E. No, so that's S-M-E-S M-E-S-T M-E-S. I don't know what it is, but it's hexadecimal for something. So yeah, whatever. MEST something or other. Thank you for the follow anyway. Appreciated. I'm sure he can say, or he or she can say themselves. They can say themselves what the name means. I don't know what it is. I can't. I'm too drunk to try and work that out in ASCII, but it's like MES something or other. I'm not saying that. Oh God, that was something Bart never phoned Mose with, was it? Sorry, just checking Discord. Richmond Mike's posted a picture of the Highlander because I put you can only win once. Oh dear, you guys, you guys. Okay, right. So we need to work out why. So it was getting to this point, but it wasn't drawing anything. It could be because it's not actually drawing any color at that location as well. So let's just stick another point in here and stick that color ramp here. Probably is going to need a Vic here as well. Oh, pardon me. Sorry, I really am kind of feeling quite drunk from this. Okay, so we've kind of got something there. The problem is what we're seeing is shifted in terms of character memory. So we could just do like an add here, but the problem with doing that is actually we're using extra bytes up. So really, what we wanted to be doing is changing this up here. Now, the problem with this is I want this to be fairly readable. So it might be worth kind of expending a couple of bytes here to make this readable. Let me just have a look at the character set. Whoops. I don't know why I just got excited about Cyberpunk 2077 just completely randomly then. I just a wave of excitement came over me. Oh god, I can tell I'm drunk. My god. It's just a random wave of cyberpunk excitement. I think it's because I get to see Keanu. I haven't seen Keanu for years. I mean, what's he been in recently? He's been in nothing. And all of a sudden he's going to be like the focus of my life for months. Um Oh my god. Um no, it's not that, it's in assets. He's been in our hearts. Yeah, he has, yeah. Bill and Ted 3? What? I I I hold my hands up and say I haven't seen John Wick. I have not seen John Wick, and I probably should. Wait. Okay, you guys are just naming sequels we want to see now. So Bill and Ted 3, Matrix 4. Oh, for John Wick. Yeah, sorry. Wait, what? What, Bill and Ted 3 is a real thing? No. How have I not seen Bill and Ted 3? Oh shit. How have I not seen that? Oh crap, right. Okay, I need to watch that. And Matrix 4? No. 2 and 3 were so bad. Why would they make another one? Oh shit. Okay. 2021. Okay, so that's not out yet, but Bill and Ted 3 is out. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, after the first, well, what's the point after one Matrix? It doesn't make any sense. It's like it really is the kind of the textbook kind of example of cashing in. Really, they've done well with what was essentially a very good, well kind of structured, kind of spoilery kind of. Oh, look, here's the reveal. Here's the kind of twist film. Um, and then they've cashed in massively with it, and they really shouldn't have done. Okay, so maps. I have no idea which map it is. So I'm gonna go with whichever one was updated last, which looks to be this one. Okay, so the text is down here, weirdly at DC, and the oh my god, why is this? Why? Okay, so if I add E5 to it, it's probably okay. But the numbers are going to be wrong though. That's the thing. 2 is just awful. 500 AMK points for Bill and Ted. I can't believe there's a Bill and Ted 3. Has anybody seen it? Is it any good? Because both of those films are freaking awesome. You've got to say, right? They're bloody brilliant. Um, want to be okay, but not seen it yet. Okay, why is that? Okay, we need to sort that breakpoint out there. The Matrix series sucks. It was supposed to be a hacker movie. It was all drama, and besides, Neo didn't even know what an EMP was, and he's a hacker. I think for me, Matrix was all about the reveal. Matrix was forget who's in it, forget what's going on. It was all about the fact that it was all about that you don't realize they're in the Matrix, and then you realize it's all the Matrix. That's what the entire film is about. It's about that. It's about that, a 1 minute, 2 minute reveal or whatever. The rest is kind of irrelevant at that point, or irrelevant if you want to talk about relevant. But yeah, the rest kind of doesn't matter at that point. You're just left with this amazing thing. Because I was one of the lucky few, and I know a lot of people who watched Matrix having had it spoilt for them. For me, I watched it at the cinema, and I watched it not knowing anything about it at all. I had no clue what I was going to watch. All I knew was that it was a film about computers and hackers. That's all I knew that it was about, and I had no idea what to expect. And when it was revealed that the whole world was the Matrix, I was like, oh my god, this is incredible. It was an amazing moment. And it should have been left there. They shouldn't have carried on with that. That was it. It made the movie great. It didn't matter what the rest of the movie was. It made the movie great. That sudden moment where you realize, oh, actually, this is completely not what I thought it was at all, and it was great. And they tried to cash in on it, and unfortunately, I feel like Matrix 4 is just going to be more of that. It's not. It's not something you cash in on. It was a moment. It was a moment in cinematic history that can't be repeated. It's impossible to repeat. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys, because I do need to go to the toilet. I'm going to. Oh, shit, my God, I'm running out of wine. I do have a bit of coffee tequila in the fridge. So if I do run out, it may be a tequila night. I doubt it, though. All right, I'll be back in. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave the quizzes on for you. I should be back in 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Be right back. But so here's my problem with the notion of the Matrix being a trilogy. I spotted that message. I can't remember who said it, but I spotted the message just before it went out. Is that the Matrix is all about that twist? That's what it's about. That's what makes the film. So I'm absolutely 100% sure it was always intended to be. Oh my god, it is freezing in here. It was always intended to be a trilogy. However, the problem is that if you take the twist out of the equation, The Matrix is a very average sci-fi film at best. The story's a little bit wishy-washy. The narrative is lost, and it's very difficult to follow The Matrix in any kind of sensible fashion. It's a little bit kind of far-fetched. Well, not far-fetched is a bad thing to say, because I mean, sci-fi in its very nature is far-fetched, but it's a very difficult thing to follow. It isn't very coherent. I think it's my problem with it, and it relies on crazy special effects more than anything else. So once you take the twist out of it, that's all it is. And this is the problem: is that the first film did so well, not because it was a great story, but um, because it was an amazing twist. And so that's why I think it did so well. Um, and if it wasn't, if you took the twist out of it and you took the CGI out of it, it would be a absolutely boring as hell film. It's only the fact that you have great CGI sequences and you have that first twist in the first film that makes the series stand out. But other than that, it's a very forgettable film. Um, and that's why I think bringing back a number four is probably a bad idea, to be honest. So. Oh, I like it. Maybe now that the Wachowski brothers have become the sisters, it will be better. More attention to detail. Possibly. I mean, um, yeah. I mean, female representation with directors and producers is very underrepresented, I think. And in fact, one of my favorite films of the past 20 years, and one of the only superhero films I like. I hate superhero films. There are two superhero films I like. One is Deadpool, and the other one is Kick Ass. And it's for the same reasons for both, because they stop taking themselves so fucking seriously. They're films that aren't taking themselves seriously. They're just hilarious superhero films. They're almost slightly relatable in a way. And that's different to like the Avengers. I hate the Avenger films. They're such trash. They're just utter junk that somebody's just spent millions and millions of pounds to make look amazing, and people fall for it, and I hate it. It's just such generic trash, and I can't stand it. But Deadpool I like, and Kick-Ass I like because they take themselves less seriously, and they're actually good fun. They're good movies. They just happen to be good movies that are about superheroes. Right, red or white? What should we go for? Let's go for white. I think it must be close to quarter billion a film. Yeah, it is ridiculous how much they spend on those films. And again, it comes down to the CGI thing. That over the years, CGI has got so good now that you can make 90% of a film in CGI, and that's what you get with the Avenger films. And in fact, I mean, you get that with most films anyway, but it's more so in these films. So, um, yeah, and I agree, Mr. Speaker. I've kind of felt the same with the original Spider-Man. I didn't mind I wouldn't say I was amazing. I was kind of taken aback with Spider-Man, but I didn't mind it. It was all right. But it just seems to have got worse and worse, and superhero films are the absolute worst for this as well. Yeah, Spider-Man's got ridiculous recently. When you say Spider-Man, you mean the third reboot? No, I mean, God, when would it have been? It would have been the first reboot, I think. The one with oh God, I can't even remember his fucking name now. The first reboot. The only thing that put me off with Spider-Man is their the Green Goblin representation with what's he called? Willem Dafoe was horrible. It's that one anyway, the Willem Dafoe one. I thought the movie itself was great, but I thought the Green Goblin was terrible, and was a little bit ridiculous. But anyway, whatever. Okay, let's get into this. So we've got a page displaying. Let's get these numbers right. So we've got page one displaying, but numbers obviously don't display the same. So if we want to display numbers, we need to display them differently. However, we're not going to be displaying numbers. What we're going to be displaying here is something a little bit different. Now, do we need to actually? Oh God, I've got hiccups. Tobey Maguire, that's the one. Yeah, no, I thought the very first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man was pretty decent. Frodo, yes. But yeah, after that, I've kind of lost track of it. To be honest, I kind of got bored because that's when the superhero films exploded, and pretty much everybody was doing a superhero film. Um, and you had some freaking terrible films as well. Trying to think of some offhand. So Green Lantern is an example of a terrible film, and I kind of like Ryan. Oh my god, what's his fucking name? I can't even remember his name, but this is why a 150 minutes Twitch video becomes an 8 minute shout. Yeah, it is. I'm going off on one, aren't I? Let's concentrate. Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Batman's pretty good as well. I quite like the original lot of Batman. Dark Knight was good as well. Okay, so let's stick some credits on the page. Okay, so let's think about it. So credits we want uh, programming by. Did I put my full name? Do you think I should put Shalan, or do you think I should put my full name in? What do you think, guys? I'll let you guys pick. I think everybody else is going to be using their internet handles anyway. I don't think I'm going to be listing everybody by. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it probably should be my Twitch handle, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go with that. Two people said that, so let's go with that. It does mean, however, we need to split this up. So we need to put some bytes in here, and this is for the 50k here. Now, I believe it's all at. Sorry, I'm always intrigued when I see messages and stuff. Okay, never mind. Uh, Starts here at DC. Okay, so Jesus Christ. Okay, E1 DC. I mean, why? Why have I done it this way? Why did I not just use the normal system? Okay, let's give that a try. Hopefully, that should actually put. Jesus. Okay, DC. Oh yeah, back to comments. Why is my handle 50k? Interesting. So the name Shalan is just a random name I picked. Weirdly. Why do you not specify text encoding above the string? You don't need to do that. So I think the default in text encoding is screen code upper or something like that. But the thing is my encoding really doesn't matter because I'm having to do this anyway. And in fact, this is not going to work because I'm adding this value in here. So actually, these values are going to be wrong. So these actually need to be DC to E5. So that means I need to subtract 9 from it. So this needs to be F7, I think. I think that's right for 0, which means 5 is going to be 7, 8, 9, A, B, C. Jesus Christ, this is. I need to put this in brackets, in quotes here. So the encoding is kind of screen code mixed. Okay. So the encoding is kind of screwed up here. I mean, maybe I should put it in anyway, because we should define what it is. But yeah, maybe I need. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. That's a really good idea, Chromos. Fucking brilliant. Thank you. So let's make a macro here to do this. So what this macro is going to be is convert to char set string. And what this is going to do, this is a really good idea, actually. In fact, should this be a macro? This should be a function, is what this should be. So the difference between macros and functions. So a macro will return a block of code, and that block of code will be inserted wherever you need it. So if you imagine, let's just go down here. Let's go into a blank area, right? So let's imagine we've got a piece of code here that says load accumulator with 2, store that at 0400, right? So it's going to put the letter B in a location. If I make a macro and I say adjust character char. Here we go. And what this does instead is it takes the character value here and it changes it, right? So we say we want to add 2 to it. And then I do this. In fact, we wouldn't need a value in there. Okay. So if I do that, what's actually going to end up being output? Let's put the output up here. So what actually gets output by the assembler is the following piece of code. Okay. So every time I put this macro in, it just inserts the code within the macro into the place on the screen. Function, however, is a little bit different. So function returns a value. So function has, and tell I'm drunk because I'm pressing everything twice. Function actually returns a value. So in this case, we do return char plus 2. So in this case, what we do instead of doing this is we would say, okay, load accumulator with adjust char 02. So this might look a little bit confusing at first. The reason why is because we still have this here, right? So we're saying, remember what I said about addressing modes? Addressing modes are built up of a few things. They're built of the opcode, optionally a hash, which implies immediate mode. If there's not a hash, it could be a bracket followed by a comma and either X or Y. Actually, just Y. Or it could be followed by a bracket with a comma X inside it. Otherwise, it would be followed by a number. And a number can be in decimal, hexadecimal, or binary. And they're all valid numbers. So in this case, what we're seeing is we're seeing load accumulator with an immediate mode value. But the value is going to be whatever value we pass into it, and it's run through this function first. So this function is just like a JavaScript function. It's going to take the number that we've passed in here, and it's going to return that plus 2. So now what we'd actually see is this. So now the code is more concise, and the function is actually doing what you would expect it to do. It's a kind of, it's an assemble time compilation of what is essentially just some JavaScript C style code, and that's what you get there. So that's what I'm going to use. I think I'm going to use a function, and the reason I'm going to use a function is because what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to pass in a string like this, and I want this to actually work through that string. Now, this is going to be quite a complicated function, and I'm going to have to look up some stuff because I don't know how to work with strings exactly as parameters. But I would hope that it should be quite easy to return a string of bytes here as well. So let's take a quick look in the assembler code. Let me just bring up the but it's a really good idea, and I think this should definitely be what we use here. So let's look up functions and macros. Here we go. It doesn't mention strings in here, so let's have a look at data structures maybe. Okay, so we have some data structures here. I'm not seeing anything to advancing through strings, so let's have a look at strings. I'm assuming there will be some kind of like substring function for that, and a way to return multiple bytes for that as well. Here we go. Who's wrote that? I can see the macro. So far, it's a print string for a string size. But that's a macro, you see. Oh, but maybe a macro is okay because we're not actually using the value. We are returning bytes, aren't we? So we are actually putting bytes in. So maybe a macro is correct here. Well, anyway, there you go. I've explained the difference between, but I suspect Foray is using that already in his all text macros. There we go. All right, I'm going to use your macro if you don't mind then. So let's just put it in here and let's work through it. So so this is a text macro. I don't know why there's a comment there, but okay. Oh, that prints out the value. Then we've got a loop. Anybody who puts braces on the second line is an absolute mental case and needs help. There we go. Braces new line always. No. No. Why would you waste space like that? Why would you waste space to do that? Braces on new line, never. Yes, I agree, Proud7. Never put a brace on a new line. Camp, same line. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Are you the only one calling them curly brackets? Yes, you are. So I just need to make my own char function. Okay, so that is a function. So that will be function char, and that is passed in a value, and it needs to return a value. And then it looks like we take the value that we've passed. Okay. So so in this case, if val, let's have a look at our character set. So if our val is between well no, it would be between 1 and 26. So if val is more than 1, no, sorry, more than 0, and val is less than 27, then return. The value we need to return is plus E5. Okay, so val plus E5. E5, sorry. There we go. Otherwise, if the val is more than 48 and less than 58, so this is the numbers basically, more than or equal to. Let's do more than or equal to on this one as well. So you can see 1 to 27. 27 minus 1 is 26. 26 letters in the alphabet. 58 minus 40 is 10. 10 letters in the 10 digits in the numbers. And we need to add DC, which means this would be DC. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, return val. That should be right, I think. Oh yeah, put the byte 0 on a new line. I didn't even see that there. Thank you. Braces, brackets, and parentheses. Oh, I never thought about that. Actually, I call brackets and parentheses the same thing. I've always called what you call brackets square brackets. I've never it's braces or curly braces, but it's always braces. Square brackets and brackets. I very rarely call them parentheses. Actually, I think that's quite an Americanism. I don't think that's a very British way of calling things. Braces, hold your pants up. Okay, I think that's fine. So now what we should be able to do, hopefully, is so we've got rid of that there. So hopefully what we should be able to do is instead of that, we should just be able to do this. That's such an easy way of doing things as well. Such a much better way of doing things. So hopefully I can do that. And then I do need to put a byte 0 on there. Oh, hang on. No, it's terminating with a byte 0 anyway, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So I don't even need to do the byte 0. Okay, cool. Right, let's try that out. Let's see if that works. Hopefully that's pretty good. It's useful to have different words for each. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, parentheses is a very American way of saying things. It's not a. I certainly can't think of any common usage of that in English. It is a very Americanized way of saying these things. Get rid of the screen code. No, I don't think we need that. You say parens. Okay. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is the space in here. So that's pretty. I like this. I like this behavior, and actually, we can save a few bytes throughout the code by doing this. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to move these into where is it? Is it utils? It's not utils, is it? I feel like there's somewhere where we've got macros. It's not there though, is it? All right. Let's put them in utils because it kind of belongs in here anyway. So all we need to do in here is if val equals oh shit. Val equals 20. So 20 is 32, which is a space. It's actually the same in ASCII, I think. But in this case, it needs to return something slightly different. This is not a space. Oh no, it is a space. Background. Yeah, it is background. Okay. I find it funny, Shallan defending British terms, spelling everything. I'm not defending it. It's just the way I've learned. I don't use I don't use the word parentheses. It's just something that I don't do. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of funny. I do have a weird hybrid. I do have a weird hybrid kind of set of the English language, unfortunately. If it wasn't for my crazy northern accent, I'm pretty sure most actually that's not going to work, is it? Because now it thinks it's the end of a line. Okay. Shit. It thinks 0 is the end of a line, so it's terminating there. So I'm actually going to use this one here, db. I think if it wasn't for my northern accent, I think people would have a hard time focusing on where I just love you say debugger. Why? It's my northern accent, isn't it? Don't take the piss out of my northern accent. People take the piss out of the way I say garlic. Garlic. What's wrong about that? Garlic. Very different to the way you say it. So the thing that people take the piss out of the way I say is bath. They hate the way I say bath because I put an F in it and not a TH. And they don't like the way I say garlic. So garlic and bath. Yeah, bath. It's two Fs, right? Or birthday. Birthday. BUFFDAY. Birthday. It's my birthday. It's just the way I speak. I can't help it. I know it's not kind of quite right, but oh, almost. So the numbers aren't quite right. Okay, so the numbers aren't right because of what? Let's have a look. Also, it needs moving over maybe 1 pixel, one character space. I mean, I wasn't even worried about the spacing on it, but let's do it while we're here. Why not? Um, okay, that's completely the wrong file. Helps if I'm in the right file. That's this one here. Whoops. Took a bath for my birthday. I'm from the north, so you only have one bath a year. It's on your birthday. Or buzz. Take a buzz. You get a buzz into town or to shops. I mean, at this point, I just sound like Peter Kay, right? Because Peter Kay, his observational comedy was pointing out how ridiculous Northerners speak, right? So on my birthday, I have a bath, and then I take a buzz to the shops, or I take a bus to shops. Wet towel, yeah. Get dry wet towel. Hey Casper 3099. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Right, the numbers are wrong. Why are the numbers wrong? The numbers are wrong because of our utility function in here. Our utility function says that if our value is more than or equal to 48, well, let's do it with these values here. When equal to 30. Okay, I can see the problem here. Or less than 3a. Okay, so these are the values we need. This is the base value here, so we need to take 3 off this. So it needs to be that, like that. Did that make sense? I think that made sense. It made sense to me in my head anyway. We'll see if it works. If it works, then I'll claim. I don't know. I'll claim something, but it's not so uncommon. And don't worry, how many people say Thursday? Oh yeah, I say Thursday. Okay, I've added an 8 in somewhere. I think one of the big things, and this is what Peter Kay kind of constantly did with it in his comedy, is the shortening of the to t. So you say if it begins with a vowel, then instead of saying the noun, you would say t noun, and even many other words would also. So t shops is quite common, although you would kind of have a pause in there, but so you'd have t pause shops because it's not a vowel. But if it's a vowel, then it becomes really quick. So I eat tapple. You know, I eat the apple. I eat tapple means I eat the apple, or as Peter Kay says, I'm going to Egypt on my holidays. I'm going to the Egypt on my holidays. So yeah. Why is that not loading? That should be loading. God, I really need to go for another pee in a minute. God damn it. There we go. Cool. Hey, it did work. Awesome. Yeah. Holidays don't start with a vowel. It's holidays. Yeah, but H's don't count. That's the other thing about Northerners is H's don't count. If a word begins with a H, you can ignore it. So I say I'm going to house. No, that's probably a bad example. Going to hospital. Going to the hospital. You say to the as to. Going to hospital. Going to hospital. Yeah, so that's the other thing as well. To and the can be combined into t as well. Oh yeah, let's go for some puns. Let's do that. I like that. I like that idea. Let's add some puns in here as well. All right, so title screen. So it'd be Sweet Code by Shadow. Let's add what's a good right, tell you what, I'm gonna go for a quick break. I'm gonna take 2 minutes because I just desperately need to run to the toilet. And then if you guys can think up a Candies style joke for music, for music and for art as well. All right. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Be right back. Okay, so I'm thinking ear candy and visual treats. But if anybody has a better idea, then please let me know. But I think these are kind of or tunes. Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that because you could, yeah. I guess you could have. I guess you could have tunes and then eye candy instead. Uh, I like that. If anybody can think of anything better, that's what we're going with so far. Batman Caped Crusader, right? What did people type in? Batman the Caped Crusader. Oh no, it does need the in the middle. It does need the in the middle. It's only if it starts with the. If it starts with the, then you get away with it. If it's got a the in the middle, then you have to type it in. Because if you had something like I don't know, Bob the Caveman, then Bob Caveman is not what it's called, right? Bob the Caveman. But if it was like the Caveman Bob, then Caveman Bob would work. It's just yeah. Oh my god, Hayes is not gonna let that go now. Hayes, you're 126,000 ahead. I think you're all right. I think you can live with not getting that one. Okay. Anybody got any complaints with those those names? I think that's kind of right. I think I got it wrong anyway. I just want your quiz to be 100%. Ah, thank you. Sugary sounds. Oh, I like that. Oh yeah, let's put the name. Let's put the actual names in now as well. So phase 101. Okay, so now the sound is interesting because the sound is there's two people who did the sound, and I said I would do a featuring because Mike's tunes are I'm gonna use handles, even though it is his name just in reverse. Uh even though even though the tunes are very much kind of yeah, I'll do it like that, I think. Uh, no, actually. Even though the name, I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, just there's a larger portion of tunes by Phase 101 than Mike. So I want to give Mike credit, but at the same time I want to point out that Phase did 90% of the tunes here as well. So we actually also have sounds as well. So actually, eye candy. Actually, let's do the eye candy next, and let's do them because this is going to be split into two, I think. So, and I think there's going to be because Steps is pretty much the only person who's done the sounds in here. So we need a sound thing as well. So, eye candy. Now, the eye candy is the tricky one because there is a lot of people involved in this as well. So I've done some. So I'm going to put my name in there as well because I have actually done some. Um, and then I'm just going to list people in here. So I know Stoker did the. So please, if you did some work on the, is it Stoker? Is it Stoker 64? I can never remember. Or is it Stoker C64? I can't actually remember. He's not in the chat at the moment. Okay. 64. Okay. Stroker. I'm not putting Stroker. I'm pretty sure it's Stoker. Oh god damn it! All right, I need to check that out. Well, I can. No, I kind of want to do this now, but I'm not falling for that. Stoker 64. I'm pretty sure it's Stoker. Yeah. But I don't really get anything. Okay, I'm not getting any information on it. I think it's Stoker 64 anyway. We'll go with that. But Stoker is not the only one that was involved. So I know Foray did the original art that has been kind of enhanced slightly. Who else has done not level design but graphics? So we're looking at now. I know Warlock has done graphics here because he did the sprites. He's done a few of those. People who've done levels are just going to get mentioned in the yes, Steps. You're right. Actually, you are right. You did the font. You are right. Thank you. Monsters Don't Go Boom did the original graphics, but we're not using any of those anymore. So none of that is being used anymore. So it's completely changed since then. Okay, I think that's probably right. But then we also need we need sounds. I don't know what you somebody think up a candy thing for sounds. And see that gives us quite a few lines. So actually we need to expand on this a little bit. So actually I'm thinking here the better way of doing this is to make all these lines the same length, uh, and do it that way instead. Because otherwise we're going to run into the problem where we're actually repeating code loads. It's better off to put the extra spaces in and just use more code here. In which case we can get rid of that and we can probably start using something else here. You'd like to contribute a screen, but you don't know how. Uh, you mean a level? So if you go into my Discord, there is in God, what's it called now? Pick a mix editor. I will put a link actually in the chat as well. So there is this, which is a link to the that is a link to the editor program. Sour Sounds. Okay, I mean that's the best so far. Uh, okay, let's get this all formatted as well because I don't like the space in here. Um, it's bugging me. Oh god, it's really bugging me a bit that actually is eye candy. Um, that this might actually be better on an. I am actually going to move this down. I'm going to move this down to here. The reason I'm moving this down is because it's one character less than it is up here, which will look all right as long as there's something else in between it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We could center it all as well. If we center it all, it might work as well. Let's try centering it. I see it's one off here. That's the annoying thing. That it being one off is I Mallow music by I like tunes though. Tunes is good. Chili typed this. My cats won't even come in my room. They don't like it anymore. They don't like all the noises and little machines and things that are in here. Oh, this is the bit that's bugging me. Maybe if I move this down, so tunes and sounds, tunes and music. Yeah, that looks a little bit better because then I can move that on by one, like so. Okay, now that looks centered, and that makes this look less bad. And maybe if I organize these a little bit, so maybe if I put 1, 2, 3, 4. If I put Foro there and switch these over, because basically between Foro and Stoker, that was the bulk of the artwork for the level, and then That might look all right. All right, let's give this a try. So basically what I need to do now is I need to use let's put a new one of these on every line. Oops. Four, five, six, seven, eight. And then I will get rid of the byte 0 from the macro and instead put a byte 0 there. So if in here, just get rid of that byte 0, just do it manually here, then what I can do very easily, hopefully now, error on line 440. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I assume that's what you were on about. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, we're all talking about that. Cool. Okay, so we'll do the color last, but then we will do here is we will add in 9 lines, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But each one of these does not need the clear, does not need the branch vehicle, but it does need this bit. Oops. 8, yeah. And then at this point, I can do the branch vehicle here. So I'm going to put the, because at that point, we've definitely reached, and each string is the same length. So if we've reached that, then we branch equal exit, and then we just need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. So these will all be the same. So let's do this one space between. So let's move this up 2. So we'll move that up to 9, which means this becomes B. This line is C, which means the next line is skip 1 E, skip 1 1 0 1 1 2 3 4. Okay, 1 1 2 3 4. Hopefully that's fine. So let's set this up same line B C E 0 1 1 1 2 1 3 1 4, like so. What am I listening? Oh, bytes. Yeah, sound bites. I like that. I like that a lot. That's really good. Yes. Hey, I love it when you guys come up with something freaking awesome. Thank you guys. Sound bites. Uh, so this would be sound, and it should be bytes, not bi. Yes, and it actually centers better as well. Sweet. Okay, sound bites. Eye candy. Yes. Oh, I love it. I love it, guys. I love it. Awesome. So I think there is. No, I think that's probably it. Actually, let's have a look. Let's see what it looks like. Red or white, guys? What should I go for now? Hmm. What the hell is going on here? All right. Okay. I feel like it's putting it all on the same line. Oh shit. Okay. It should be here. Oh my god, that's annoying. Which means I've got to go down this list again in a second. Missing. Oh, seriously? Do you want the 2 underscores? If you want the 2 underscores, I'll put them in, but I don't think we even have an underscore in the font, to be honest. No, we don't. So I'd rather you didn't if you can help it. No, okay, good. That's a relief. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Is he down the rapids? God, I've not seen that for a while. You got that one, SP. Awesome. Uh, okay, so first of all, we're getting an error with it scrolling at the bottom. We can fix that by moving it up a little bit. So let's start by doing that. But it also looks like it's finishing too early on the screen. Well, we need to work out the formatting. So let's move this up. Let's move it up 2 lines. So let's delete 2 off all of these. So okay, now it seemed to be finishing too early, and I don't know why. Because it should be drawing everything, and then if what it drew was a 0, which is a space, so space shouldn't matter, then it should jump to exit. Otherwise, it should jump back here. All right, let's just see how that works. Let's see what's wrong. I think we just got some clipping issue now. Okay, so now it's too far. So I think we just need to nudge it down by 1. God damn it! All right, that's annoying. Nudging by 1 is easy. I mean, if you can't work out what the next thing is in the alphabet after F, then well, actually after F it's 1 0, but um, everything else you should just be able to work out, right? So I type G there. Introduce vertical scroller for all the credit. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't, but we've got so much going on anyway in terms of raster splits. It's probably asking for problems. Okay, so there's definitely a couple of issues going on here. Firstly, we're not seeing that first line at all. I don't know why. The color RAM is updated. Actually, no, the color RAM is not updated. That should be 8 and not 9. On the Mega 65, G's after F because it's so powerful. Honestly, you guys, I'm really hoping that they can release it at a decent price. And I have to say, a lot of it comes. I was thinking about this the other night. A lot of it comes down to the economics of scale, right? So um, if I was to take the Mega 65 now as a solo person, if I was to take what I have here and try and build this myself, trying to create something this myself with a case myself, with the shipping, the kind of all that, then it would easily be £1,000. You would have to pay £1,000 for me to sell it to you. Um, it comes down to how many people are going to buy it. The more people buy it, the cheaper it's going to get. It just comes down to economics of scale. So that's what I'm hoping to do. I'm hoping to get enough people interested in it to really kind of bring the economics of scale to a point where it's reasonable and affordable. And actually, what Amok was saying at the beginning is a really good point. I'm perfectly happy um, to release Raiden as a comes with the system sort of thing. So if you buy the system, you get Raiden with it. Because for me, there's more value there's more value in a system being sold with a piece of software and more systems selling than there is in me selling a few extra copies of a software for a system that might not sell very well. So so for me, it makes sense if I can make something that works well with it. especially as soon as it's a licensed piece of software. It makes sense for me to release something that's kind of free with it. It would be a lot harder for a company to prevent you from um, providing something for free with a system. Even if I didn't provide it with the machine itself, it's very easy for me to release something that can only be played on real hardware, that can only be played on a Mega 65. Because the emulator, while it can do a lot of things, can't do everything it needs to do. So it's not even like I'd have to tie myself to Mega 65 particularly and do that. So can the Mega 65 play full screen video? I'd be very surprised if it couldn't. I'd be very surprised if it couldn't. The Mega 65 is about as fast. Well, I mean, is exactly as fast as a 68040. So it's exactly as fast as the Amiga 1200 and things like that. I personally think it's a little bit faster. And the reason being is because if you utilize it properly, you can avoid some of the bottlenecks that the Amiga has. And you can easily do it. And yeah, as Hayes says, you C64 can play full screen video. You can only do it in 16 colors. That's the only problem. So if you imagine extending what the C64 can already do to 256 colors, actually more than that, then it should be pretty easy to run full screen video in it, I would say. Raiden seems like a massive project to take on. Are you going for an exact port of the original arcade game? I'm going to try to. Yeah, I've got it's more like an enhanced version of the PC Engine than it is a port of the arcade. The PC Engine is a port of the arcade, but it has taken some kind of technical hits in there. So I'm taking that version because I have all that and enhancing it. How on earth did you get from the background? Oh, I'll show you that in a minute. Actually, let me just get this displaying on the screen correctly, and I'll show you. Monsters Go Boom showed me a tool called BizHawk. Actually, I'll show you now. Why not? So there's this tool called BizHawk. It's an emulator. It's used by tool assisted speedrunners. Where's it gone? There it is. Because it has lots of extra stuff, and it has lots of kind of consoles and debuggers and hex editors and stuff in it. It's not quite enough for editing. For Also, there's no source code for it. No, you're going to replicate the missile's movements. I have the PC Engine source code, which is in 65C02 or similar, which is actually closer to the Mega 65 than it is to the C64. So it actually won't be that far off. So if I just load up, I don't actually have it here. That's annoying. All right, let me. So what I did is I created I loaded the ROM into this, and then there is a cheat editor. So I did some searching around in memory, and I found some locations that do various things. So I found. Let me just turn the music off 1 sec. I found some locations that do things like one of them is the X position of the player. So if you move the X position to here, then you never get hit because the bullets disappear as soon as they hit the edge of the screen. So by moving the player over to here, you become invulnerable. So you'll see if I start the game, I'm actually off screen. Oh no, I'm not at the moment. That's because I need to enable it. Toggle, 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 toggle. There you go. So you see how I'm off screen now. So I can't die. I'm completely off screen. So that's kind of cool, right? But then the other thing that you can do is you can go into Tools, PC Engine, and you can go into BG Viewer, and BG Viewer gives you this. And what this is the map without any of the tiles, and it shows you exactly how it's being moved in memory. So I can see exactly how that map is being moved in memory. And so you can see all I have to do is I wait for it to fill up all the way to the top, and then when it fills up to the top, I pause the game. I take a screenshot. I grab this piece of code, this piece of thing. I grab this. I drop it into Sprite. I stitch it to the last piece. You know, removing this border bit down here, removing all this, making sure it stitches correctly, and then I come back into the game. I press pause again, and I go back in and I repeat it. So that's how I'm getting that, and it's very easy to do. Actually, very simple to do. Um, but the beautiful thing with this is you not only do you have that, you also have the tile viewer as well. So I can see exactly what the sprites look like. So I can see the entire sprite set here, along with the palettes that make them up as well. So I can get exactly the sprites that I need to get at any given location. And it just makes it really easy. So I can grab pretty much everything I need to grab out of the level. And then when I'm done with that, what I can do is I can go into the hex editor and I can grab out all the hex, and I can actually look at the source code as well. So um, that's what I'm going to do. Source code wise, I'm not too fussed. What I'm going to probably do is just kind of eyeball it a little bit. I'm going to look at enemies and see how they work and just eyeball it. Um, Spec comes to, is the Raiden source available? Just grab the PC Engine Raiden source code, Raiden ROM, load it into this. This isn't very good for getting it. You'll get the hex editor out of this. You won't get the source code. There's another tool called Medficin or Med. There's another PC Engine emulator that has the source code as well, so you can grab the source code. Mednafin, that's the one. Yeah. So if you load it into that, there is a machine code monitor where you can actually see the source code as well. But I mean, look, you can see there you go, and I've got a cheat for weapons as well. So if I toggle this one, and then move over, is it? No, it's not that one, is it? I thought it was that one. Maybe it's not that one. Oh, because I'm in there. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah. So I can very quickly toggle it so I can go on and complete the enemies. I've got it set so I always have this weapon set up. So I always have tons and tons of weapons, so I can very quickly get through a level, no problem. Also lets me see what the weapons look like as well. It's going to be quite easy. So, but yeah, I mean, if it's popular, then I will do different versions of it as well. No, PC Engine is not the definitive arcade version. It's unfortunately the only proper version of the original Raiden. There really aren't any versions from that era, because it came out at the kind of height of the 8-bit um, era, so there isn't really a good version of it. But the sequels, there are plenty of decent ports of them. The PC Engine version is not bad, but it's only one player. So the original is 2-player. So I'll be doing a 2-player version of it, which is why I need those soft sprite stuff. So yeah. Anyway, can you port the classic PC Engine exclusive title Toilet Kids? um, I don't even know what that is. Oh, God, say that wine's really. Ooh. Thank you for the follow, J Wings, as well. That was 36 minutes ago, and I completely missed that. Okay, let's go back into this. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to do. That's how I'm doing it. Oh no, not a toilet game. I like the toilet games. Okay, so missing some stuff over here. Why am I missing some stuff? Let's have a look. Oh, I am feeling quite drunk. Starting to get the sicky feelings. Okay, so we've got a byte 0 here, which is on this bit here. But why are we not getting all of this? That's the interesting thing. Again, let me just start that up. Is there an obvious point, or is it just down the screen, or is it a character thing? No, it seems to be just down the screen. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it is showing 16 characters and then it's stopping. So that kind of makes me think there's something a bit weird going on there. So let's have a look. See, I wouldn't have thought there is anything odd about this, other than the last piece here, which should only be stopping at this point, really. Well, there's no other zeros in this. No zeros matter in this because this is just color. Night cheers. Thanks for joining. Oh, it's like raiding on a toilet. Well, I mean the system I'm setting up hopefully will be a reskinnable system. Are they all null term at different lengths? No, because I've turned off the null. So what I've done is I've removed that byte 0 from in here, from in the text macro that you give me, and I've just added these extra spaces in, just because it's easier than adding multiple loops in for things, which you'd have to do with different null terms. So this way, pardon me, it's wasting a little bit more space, but hopefully it's a bit. Well, first of all, it's easier on the eye, but I just wonder why it's stopping at 16. That is a bit odd. Oh, they're tabs. What do you mean tabs? Oh, I see what you mean. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Actually, no, well, actually, no, they shouldn't be because I'm pretty sure my IDE, pretty sure my IDE uses spaces instead of tabs. I don't know why that is though, but I'm pretty sure it does. But let me do that anyway because I'm worried that that's going to be the same. This is another reason you should never use tabs as well. Because tabs are ambiguous. You look at a tab, it could be 4 spaces, it could be tabs. Just make it fucking spaces. Why have a character that takes more than one character space up? It's just stupid. Oh my god, we're touching all the coding kind of things tonight. We've had parentheses, curly brackets. Do you put braces on? Oh my god, that was it. Oh my god, extra points to Andy Magic Knight for that. That's really good. Boom. Okay, so one thing I noticed here is actually the formatting doesn't look quite right. I think what we need to do is we need to line it up down one side, and what it is down the right hand side is kind of irrelevant. So I'm going to suggest that where sound bites and eye candy is where it should be aligned. 500 credit on the page, tabs by AOK. Oh, you've got no credit on here. I've got no room though. I've got no room. I've got no space. One space down here, and it starts screwing up, and one space up here, it starts screwing up. Sorry, dude. Because I mean, I mean, that's a great find. That is a really good find. I would have struggled to find that. I really would. So well spotted. But there you go, guys and girls. That's the reason why you should use spaces and not tabs, because tabs can be seen as spaces. So pick one or the other, and spaces follow every other rule of every other character in your font, in that they take up one space and they take up one thing. So if you get a monospace font, every character in a monospace font takes up one space. Tabs do not. Tabs take up whatever you've got your IDE set to, and so it's bullshit. Don't use them. Don't use tabs. Use spaces. There you go. He's not reading it. What am I not reading? Tasmanian Kano, no room at the end. Listen, Sid tunes. So can you change it to Sid tunes? Yes, I can. Okay. That actually works out better. That actually formats nicely. I did read it in the end, yeah. And you turn on hidden symbols. Yeah, you can turn on hidden symbols in your editor, but let's be honest, if you're using hidden symbols, you've got problems anyway. You shouldn't be using them. Unfortunately, there are some of these issues that we can never resolve. Right, we've got the carriage return and new line issue, which is Mac versus PC kind of thing, or Linux Mac PC thing. Not a lot we can do about that, but again, it's another hidden symbol thing. They should just be one, and they should agree on it, and that should be what it is. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Because apparently somebody decided that as well as going back to the beginning of the line, you need to go to a new line. But if you just type new line on its own, you go back to the beginning of the next line. So why do you need both? It's stupid. God damn it. Anyway. Oh, it's for printers. Okay. But then why is it, again, though, why is it different? If it's for printers, why doesn't everybody follow the same standard? It's so stupid. That kind of makes sense, actually. It does make more sense that it's for printers, but it's still stupid. Okay, cool. So we've got that in, but it looks a bit plain. I think we do need a color ramp through this. I can't think of a better way of highlighting this text. I think it has to be a color ramp, unfortunately. Before we do that, though, let's put the page advancing in. Let's have a look at our things. So we've got C, D, E. So we've got about just short of 500 bytes. So I think we can do a ramp as long as you use a ramp that's already in code somewhere. But we'll do that later. Let's put the high score stuff in, because that should be pretty easy to do. And the update page. So first of all, update page should be pretty simple. Update page should just basically take whatever is in page timer. Actually, it should do it this way. Actually, decrease the page timer. If it's not equal, jump ahead. If it is equal to 0, then we need to decrease the page timer again. That puts it back to FF. And then we jump to next page, like so. So really, really simple. In fact, we jump to it. We don't update the page, we jump to it. The next page basically takes page num. Actually, we can just do it in here. Increase page number, load accumulated page number. Compare that. In this case, we're going to compare it to 02. We will change this value. In fact, let's make it in here. Let's do max page. Jesus Christ, can tell I'm drunk. If it's not equal to max page, we just jump ahead. Otherwise, we load the accumulator with 0 and store that at page number. Otherwise, we now go to setup page. So we jump to setup page like that. And then go in here, and that's going to set the page up. Okay, cool. So setup page has got 2 functions here. Well, it's got 1 function, but we're going to add another one in here. Which means in here, we're just going to add up set page 1 in here, which is going to just be jump to subroutine. What was it? High. I think I commented it out at the top, actually. Game over, display high score. There we go. Oops. So there we go. And the only other thing we need to do is we need to destroy the page. So destroy the page is also, this is annoying after saying all that stuff about braces and I've got them all on separate lines. Let me catch up with the chat a little bit. Yeah, also, yeah. Well, the thing is carriage return new line seems to work more consistently across devices than just new line on its own or just carriage return. I can't remember which one it is. So even though it takes up 2 bytes for what essentially should be 1 byte, it's more consistent in its behavior across various devices. So I think that's why it's using that more than everything else. But I mean, it really should be a single byte. It should not be 2 bytes. I haven't. I need to watch more of Benny's stuff because I know he does a lot of stuff with 6502 kind of custom build computers on breadboards and stuff. I should watch that sort of thing. It's right up my alley. Cheers, guys. That's the white wine gone, by the way. Okay, so we're not doing an update yet, but we are doing the update page up here, but update itself is just returning. That's fine. Setup is doing this, but we also, before we do the setup, we need to destroy the page. So whenever we do next page here and we do jump setup page, we need to do jump to subroutine, destroy page. So we need to make sure the page is destroyed. And that means basically taking all of this data here. So I'm going to take this entire loop and I'm going to put it in here. So the basic destroy page is going to take this location in RAM and it's going to fill it full of zeros. And the only difference is here, we're going to do X all the way to the edge of the screen. So we're not going to do any of the color RAM. We don't care about that. We do care about the X. We're going to compare that to, so we're going up to 10. So we need to check if this value equals 30. So that's 2. 30 is 1E, sorry. Oh my god, I cannot type. My brain has just gone into meltdown. I can't really do anything at the moment. So yeah, if you guys like what you've seen with the YouTube videos, if you let me know however you want. I mean, do it personally through DMs, do it through YouTube comments, do it through Twitter. I don't really care. If you let me know the sort of content you'd like to see from the Mega 65 to prepare you guys for developing for the Mega 65 or the Mega 65 dev kit or the Mega 65 dev board or whatever the hell it might be, let me know what you want to see and I'll do my best to create that kind of content for you. Okay, we need to create that constant. I really want to create a set of videos that can be pointed to whenever somebody is looking to kind of learn anything about about the Mega 65. We already kind of have that with the Commodore 64 and these streams. But the problem with these streams is they're very long. So you get hours and hours and hours of video with maybe 20 minutes of useful information in them. So the whole point is to make these videos more consistent for what people need. Let's do this down here actually. Let's because this is where all the pages are defined, right? So let's do it here. There we go. So yeah, just let me know what you need and I'll try and do it. I say I think the next video I do is going to be reference to not yet defined symbol. It is defined. I just defined it. Or does that need to? Don't tell me that needs to be a fucking. This is why I hate. This is one of the things I do not like about Kick Assembler. The line between label, yeah, the line between labels and constants is very frustrating. Okay, so this should be about 5 seconds, and then it should switch. It's not switching, which makes me worry a little bit. So give it a few more seconds. Got to be the new registers, much like the new Z80. Yeah, and see that is one of the things that is very easy to misunderstand about it. It's not quite like a Z80. The new registers are really it's not really that many new registers. You've got one extra register. You've got the Z register. The B register doesn't count. The Q register is a pseudo register. Q is kind of like HL in that it combines multiple registers together to make one larger register. But unlike HL, this is AXYZ. This combines 4 registers to make a 32-bit register. So, and also there isn't really an opcode that uses Q. It's just there's some opcode sequences that you can use that perform 32-bit operations. But generally they involve NOPs and things. So it's not as straightforward as it sounds, but that's kind of a more advanced topic. I might get into that. It depends how well I can fit that in. Okay, so next page, update page. Okay, we're not calling the update page. That's the problem. So in here, there's an initialize, there's a setup, there's an apply, there's an update logo sprites. Is this being called every frame? It's on title screen, so I would assume it is being. Destroy update. No, here we go. Update. This is probably the one we need. Okay. Here we go. I think that should be right now. Hopefully this will change it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So it isn't clearing completely, and that's because the clear is only doing alternative lines. It's only doing the first screen's lines. So we just need to make this more consistent. Oh God, I've got hiccups. Something rotten now. So in here, we just need to make sure it has the lines that it's missing. So A 8, 9, yes. B, C, D, E, F, 2. Okay, so that should be enough, I think. So 9, C, E, E. So that's just 2 pages, but we can add more in there. And we're using. Let's have a look. We are using. Okay, we're still pretty good. We've still got 300. I mean, I'm kind of guessing values here, but 430 bytes or something like that. But we can now switch between these 2 screens. Now, obviously, this screen, the first screen, definitely needs some work. It just looks, I don't know. There's something. It just feels too clinical or something. I'm not sure what it is. It just feels. It feels a bit wrong for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Let me about that. There. I couldn't. Yeah. I think color cycles will probably help here. I think color cycles will definitely help. The problem is you've got one side that's very flat, and then the other side doesn't work. So, what message is going to be on the screen? That entirely depends on how much memory we've got left. So I'm trying to fit everything into the remaining space. but the scroller can pretty much have whatever we want. But what I'm thinking is it's going to be a kind of thank you to everybody on the stream. Everybody who's kind of been a regular on the stream. So if you've been a regular on the stream, you're probably going to be in the scroller as well. Um, Make the color scroller spelt AOK as it goes across. My God, how much memory do you think I've got left? Uh, enough. I don't have enough. I really don't have enough. Okay, we're looking pretty good with this at the moment. I'm quite pleased with how this has turned out so far. Trying to think. I mean, I really would like a description of what you need to do on the on the main screens. Um, I can't I can't figure out. There's something a bit wrong with this screen. Um, Damn it, this screen. So this screen feels wrong, and I don't know what it is. There's something that just doesn't feel quite right about it. I can't work it out. I don't know if it's because this line here, the Sid tunes and featuring Richmond Mike, is kind of both lines are the same length. There it's taken up two lines, whereas every other one is taken up one line. Um, let's just try something. Let me just try. We need to get this right. I know it's such a simple. It's really. I get kind of anal about these things. It's such a small thing, but it needs to be right. If it doesn't, if it's not right, it's not gonna work. It's gonna feel off for some reason. And this is one of those situations where it feels a little bit off. Um, and I don't know why. I'm trying to work out why at the moment. Uh, I mean, I don't know if it's the format. Maybe it's the left alignment. I'm not sure, but there's something. It's a bit crowded. Yeah, it's the offset of the names. I candy just my impression. I wonder. Actually, I wonder if. So let's have a look. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let me try something. So, well, let me try this first. Let's see what this looks like. I mean, that kind of helps a little bit because we have less stuff over one side. Um, but I think it is this block here. I think, as ADTBM says, it's um, it's the offset of the names. I think so. We find an easier way to do these things. So let's try something else here. Let's put sweet code like that. And instead of putting the word buy in there, what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to create a new line. Like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and move everything down so it's kind of it's going to make a more kind of regular spacing for things. So you always get your your uh, your kind of category, if you like, and then you get the names that kind of make up that category. But what we can do is we can hopefully we can join these together in slightly more. That's not going to quite work. But if I do, needs a dot there though. We might have to work out the dot there. So I think that would work. Like so. Let's get all the text together, and then I can sort out where it goes. So, like which labels it belongs to. But I'm glad you guys can kind of see what I'm on about. It doesn't quite fit right. There's something a little bit off about it, and it's important that we get that right because it is very important that you get things like symmetry that work right because these are the sort of things that make you immediately like or dislike something. It's surprising how much symmetry plays a part in. Oh damn it! That didn't copy for some reason. It's amazing how much symmetry plays a part in kind of your daily decisions. You'd be surprised how many things you turn down because they're not symmetrical. Um, and it's the same with this thing. It's a simple thing, but it really does need to be right, or else people are just gonna, for some reason, they're gonna feel like they don't like the game before they've even played it. Um, so I think we should put a comma in here as well. So we should allow multiple names in here as well, like so. Uh, line 454. Oh, thank you. Uh, use two columns for eye candy names. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Just kind of making them a bit more kind of organized like this a little bit. Um, which hopefully is going to bring the format in a little bit more in line. Now the question is how many extra lines do we need here? We had 9 before. We've now got 4, 6, 9. Okay, so we've got 11 lines here, so that's not ideal. Okay. So I mean, basically, this is this, right? So let's just put these in, and we'll play it, and you'll see what the problem is. So it's 5 becomes 6, not 26, 6 with the colon, please, on the end. So you can see we've got way more. So we're going to miss off 2 lines on the bottom now, but you should be able to see, hopefully, that this lines up a little bit better. Can you use overwrite mode in Sublime? What do you mean overwrite mode? Oh yeah, you can actually. Yeah, yeah, you can just use insert. You mean insert or I assume that's what you mean. That's between 5, 4, 6. What am I missing here? What the fuck? Ah, because this 0 is in the wrong place. So let me just put that here because that's where it would be. Let's get the white wine, the red wine down now. So we've drank the white wine. We've got about 2 glasses left of red wine. Yeah, 2 glasses, I think. Well, I didn't see what happened then. Oh, now the spacing is wrong. So yeah, it's kind of right, but the spacing is wrong. But the spacing is wrong now because this should be one set of spacing. This should be another set of spacing. This should be another set. This should be another set. But ideally what we need to do is we need to combine two of these lines together somehow. So one way is maybe to add steps in here, and then bring this in a little bit, which would bring these up to here, like so. Okay, so now that's got rid of the need for this one here. So we still need to find a way to reduce one more line, which kind of points at this. The only other place we can do it is here. So one of the ways artists are generally recognized is something featuring another artist, right? Like that. So that kind of works. That is exactly what we need. However, I think I'm going to reduce these by one just to bring everything in line a little bit. So really, it's a matter of deleting one from this side, adding one to this side, delete one, add one, delete one, add one, get rid of that one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't need that one anymore. So that becomes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And that means yeah, okay, cool. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the groups. So this should be 8, 9, A, B, C, oops, D, E, 0, F, space 1, 1, 0. Okay, so 8, 9, B, C, E, F, 8, 9, B, C, E. Why do I do 3 when I do E? Is it close? It's not even that. Oh, I mean, it is kind of close, but it's not that close. Spacing is totally off. Okay, no. Yeah, I think it'll be fine when it comes on. Let's have a look. Okay, that's kind of looking a little bit better. So obviously it's missing a couple of characters. So we need comma and a dot. Okay, so that's pretty easy to do. We can do that quite simply. So let's have a look what we've got here. Okay, so we do have these characters here, so we can add these in here. Okay, so comma is like that, I think. Oh, actually, why am I doing it in that? It should be in that, like that. Yeah, so let's have a look at a character. A character is using the top 7. So this would actually be, so the comma would be here, like so, I guess. Which means a dot would be there. Okay, cool. Save that. Oops. Jesus Christ, how many of these is it? Which one is it? It's got to be that one, right? Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my god, I don't actually know. There's too many. It's not those. Those are maps. Possibly that one. Oh, it's got to be that one, right? Which makes me thinks it's that one. It's all in GitHub, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so those are 9E and 9F. Now we need to convert them from the original values in our macro. So I just need to look at the Petsky table, work out what they are. So the way I do this is I grab Petsky, Something like this. This is perfect. Okay, so well, that's not right at all, is it? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so no, that's not right either. This is all in freaking ASCII mode. Oh, why would you give me like that? Just give me freaking Petsky normal mode. Revised print. Yeah, could do. Well, the thing is, it should bloody give it me. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so 2E and 2C. Oh, well, actually, 2C and 2E. That's the order I've got them in. Okay, so if I go into utils, if val equals 2C, return, and I think I need to put these braces in. So the other thing I'm not a massive fan of is single line if statements. I'd rather have the braces in. If I go to 2C, return, and this needs to be 9E or 9F. Okay, so 9E for this one. Okay, let's give that a shot, see how that looks. I'm using triple equals. This is not JavaScript. Comma worked, dot did not work. Oh, God. Oh. I'm struggling with that last bit of wine. So dot is 2E, and that should have been pointing to something different. Oh, there we go. Man, I can't believe I spent 2 streams doing this. Something still doesn't feel right with it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is the color ramps or something. There's something just a little bit off. And I can't for the life of me put my finger on what it is. Maybe it's the colors actually. Maybe it's the colors. Let's try something here. So if I just do something very simple. So if I say, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I just take the top rows from these. Okay. So now I've got one set of rows. And if I just did I bet this is it actually. We're making no distinction between content and headers. Between body and headers. So what we're getting is a weird kind of mishmash. That looks better. Okay, yeah, colors. Yeah, you're right, for it. That's exactly what it is. Now the only problem we've got is that actually the colors are a bit funny, so we need to make sure that the colors on this end work with the bottom end. So let's just put blue in for now because blue will kind of work okay against yellow. See, that kind of looks better, right? That kind of looks like it's working. Okay, good. I think that okay, that's the problem. We're not differentiating between the headers and the content, so that's kind of okay. We might need to shift some color stuff around a little bit so we can get better colors at the top half. But actually, it looks all right. I kind of like that. Let's try with purple instead of blue, though. Uh, wow, well, that's a powerful assembler. Yeah, it's awesome. It's kick assembler and it's freaking brilliant. Uh, and the high scores, each line should alternate colors. Yeah, maybe. Hmm, think about that one. Because the problem with that is it also has to do that when you're doing high score entry as well. See, that looks good. That actually fits well. I think the purple works better than the blue. Or no black at all. Maybe blue headers. Yeah, let's try blue. Let's try blue headers. High scores need some colors too. Oh, actually, yeah, that looks nice. I like that. Okay, well, in that case, let's do the high scores. I like that purple and blue. That looks really, really well. Oh, see, no, see, there's conflict here. Uh, with palettes, a common mistake is too many colors. The high score entry only needs to change screen RAM, not color. Uh, See, I'm not so sure. I really like the blue and purple on this screen. I think that looks really nice. Whereas the black kind of is a bit too contrast. The black and yellow has a really strong contrast. Um, and so it stands out a lot more. It kind of looks very like in your face a lot more. That whereas the blue and purple kind of blend in a little bit more. Plus you've got purple going on at the bottom of the screen anyway. Blue is a kind of it's a color that doesn't exist in the rest of the scheme, but it kind of stands out as a header without standing out too much. It's not as heavily contrasted as the black. Black and yellow means danger. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. That's why it's like it's very. It feels aggressive. Yeah. The highlight shadow bevel inside P is inverted. Is it? Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, you're right. All right. Do you know what? Let's fix that. Let's fix that while I think about it. Uh, wrong thing. But yeah, you're right. I see that. I see that now. Let's fix it while we're here. Might as well. It's a little thing like that. Then it's quick to fix. So I'd rather just get it done. Rather than kind of go, oh, we'll do that at a later time. There's a lot of that goes on, and there's an awful lot. I'm sure if you watch back the hundreds of hours of these streams, that there are things that we've just put off and put off and put off, and this is one of those things that really there's no need for it. Okay, so this should just simply be. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, immediately I can see the difference in that. Immediately I can see that. That's good. The blue and purple looks great. Yeah, I think the blue and purple works really well. Actually, I'm surprised how well they work together. Um, Headers should be the same color than high scores. Yeah, high scores is a tricky one. I'm not sure how we should be doing this. Should it be like blue, purple, blue, purple? Should it? There should definitely be some separation. Should the separation be horizontally or vertically? I'm not sure. Uh, there was a literally, yeah. I mean, I hadn't even thought about it, but now I've changed it. I can just see now. It works. It's definitely better now. Try each. Yeah, let's go through both. All right, let's try both. Okay, so high scores is a bit of a tricky one because this is actually done in the game over routine, which means when you game over, the high score that displays on the main screen and the high score that displays when you enter a high score is exactly the same thing. So the flashing that happens between entering a character and it flashing might need to be changed. We might need to change a little bit of logic there for that flashing character. However, it might just be that that character flashes between two different colors. Need to look at it. So let's have a look. How is that actually drawn? Okay, so this is the high score RAM. I think this is probably going to be the last thing we do. A little bit of tweaking in these high scores tonight. Okay, so we display high score here. Okay. Okay. Um, this seems to be just one position. Is that what this is? Just a single position? No. Screen. Okay. Screen color. Okay. I see. I see. I see. Okay. So this is the color here. And this is where we have ads. Okay. So, rather annoyingly, what we need to do here is we need to. I'm going to put a color toggle here, and I'm going to put blue in it. So we're going to start by just doing the alternate line approach, and that is what we're going to do here. We're just going to load the accumulator with color toggle. We're going to go through that, and we're just going to keep repeating this. So there should be a loop here somewhere. Loop one. Well, there should be an unnamed loop. Oh, here. Okay. This is where we have answer row. So at this point, we kind of need to take color toggle, and we need to invert it. So this depends on what colors you're using, but we're going from 6 to 4. So 6 is in hexadecimal, this, and 4 is this. So basically, we need to toggle between these two. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to do. Thank you for the follow, Math Fisher. Welcome to the stream. I'm showing you 100% into this. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how. I'm quite drunk. I'm really feeling it now. But yeah. The thing is, yeah, as Akmuffin says, I do have a slightly anal attention to detail. I have to. If something doesn't feel right, I mean, this is why in Luma it's called shifts and not moves or whatever. It's called shifts because it's centered better in the screen. So that adding an extra character in made things center better, even if word wise it didn't work quite as well. It was easier to make the word work well than it was to make something misaligned work. It's impossible to make an odd number align with an even number, right? When you're working in characters, you don't have the concept of half character spaces. So you have to work out how to do it. So yeah. But yeah, I definitely I like to think I have an attention to detail. I certainly do with the C64 stuff anyway. I know for myself what I would load up and I would go, yeah, that's good, or what stuff I would just immediately turn off, and I want to avoid that second thing. So okay, so I think if I EOR this value with 010, that should do the job, right? So if I EOR this with 010, what do I get? I get 100. If I EOR this with 010, what do I get? I get 110. Yes, that's right. Okay. Okay, so that hopefully should give the high score a black and blue alternate. Actually, oh no, it should be the same on each one. Okay, I think that's fine. Oh, what the hell did that do? Okay. Okay. Not at all what I was hoping it was going to do. Um. ugh. Oh, okay. Blah, blah. Okay, color toggle. Color toggle. I still have a feeling this is going to be wrong. I think there's something weird going on here. You do like playing Parasol Stars at this time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to play it tonight. Sorry, guys. Um, I am gonna go at 2:30. I think. I think I'm just gonna finish my wine and then I'll give it a rest. It might be 3 o'clock. Uh no, no, no. You can't wake Hayes up. You've got to let Steps catch up. You see. Okay, so it's kind of almost there. Oh God, I don't think I'm gonna be able to drink much more wine. Good night, Mocha Man. Um, thanks for joining, dude. Oh, hang on. That should not be there. That should be here. Okay. No, not there. Hang on. So we go through all of this. No, it's there, isn't it? That's where it should be. They should have fancy one row. Yeah, that's it. All right. So the only thing we really need to do now, hugely, is fix that high score. Not high score thing. Yes, there we go. That actually looks nice. Actually, I like that. I do like that. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I do like that. That's cool. All right, let me just. I just want to see what happens. Um, so what I'm trying to do now is just see what happens when I go into the high score table. First, we play a 2 and then play a 1. So I don't really care who gets what high score here. That's not the important thing. What I actually want to do is just get high scores basically. Uh, so there we go. We've got some high scores. Because what I'm interested in what color they flash. I feel like they're going to flash weird colors now. Because they're no longer black. Oh, actually, they flash as. Oh, shit! The high scores are correct. Oh, because they did play one first. That's why. Okay. Um, actually, that's kind of all right. The fact that they stand out actually makes it better. Okay. So we've got a couple of bugs here. One is that when we move from yeah, okay. So when we move from the high score to the main screen, there is no destroy. We should be calling the destroy first, um, just to make sure the screen is cleared properly. We've also got an issue with this sprite down here. So let's get the destroy done first, and then let's have a look at the sprite. So, but I think it's looking pretty good. The garbage on the left is the sprite that should be on the right hand side for the text, but that should be pretty easy to fix. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and replicate it first. Then if I can replicate it, then it's going to be easy to know that we fix it. I think it's pretty easy to fix, but I'm going to try and replicate it first. So I think what we need to do here is before we do this setup page, is we just need to do destroy page. So it seems to make no sense that we do a destroy before we set up when we're initializing. But I think what it's going to do is it's going to just ensure that that page 0 is cleared. So it's going to call a page 0 clear, a page 0 destroy, if you like. So if we start both players, and I don't actually do anything with this player and just get loads of points on this one. Okay, that's not going to work, but hopefully we might see the character over that side. I'm not going to get anything for that, actually. Oh, no, okay, so that sprite is over here properly. Okay. Okay, so let's go again. This time I'm going to actually try and put some effort into playing with this guy. Pardon me. Okay, there we go. Right, so just need to die with this one now. So now I have a high score. Oh, we still need to get the pick and mix working on this screen as well. So that's the next thing to do. So yes, we can enter a score. I do like the fact that it's black in this location. The high score has been drawn correctly, but it's now showing black in there. That's correct. Okay. Not got the odd thing over here. Okay. Pick and mix logo. So the pick and mix logo is displayed during the IRQs. So let's have a quick look at those. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. I can't remember. No, it's not this one, is it? It's title card, I think. Yes. Okay, so we did is bonus, I think, in here. Yeah, here we go. And we skip things if it's not the bonus. Now, we should be showing it if it's the high score, though. That's the thing. Yeah, that might be one for the next stream. I don't think I can. I don't think I can quite figure out how to do that yet. So So I think on the next stream we're going to look at high score, which I'm going to try and map out beforehand. The pick and mix logo display thing needs to be worked out. Let's see if we can replicate that issue with the sprite over that side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get both players to die over this side of the screen. Oh, wrong side. Over that side. Ah, damn it! See, that guy's died over there. That's no good. I think that's just about in the MSB on that side. Looking at this, it looks roughly about the right place. Which is another bug we need to fix as well. Why is that guy showing there? Okay, so that's fine. But I've got to say that looks a lot better. That feels more like an intro now. I feel like it needs one more page before any of this. I don't know what it would be, but I feel like it needs one more page. I'm not entirely sure why, but I feel like that credit screen is not quite. It's not the starting screen. There needs to be something before that. I'm not sure what that is, but it just needs something, I think. Put an Aquafin joke on the first page. Not a bad idea, actually. It's feeling really good though. I mean, the game is pretty much there now. I mean, other than the fact that it's lacking levels. Ah, yes, that's it. It needs the header page that says press blah to start. Yes, it does need a page that explains power-ups. Yeah, it definitely does. Maybe that's what it is. Actually, thinking about it, maybe the credits should be the last thing. So you should have explanations, like mechanic explanations, high scores, credits. Yes. So the main page says a load of instructions, press something to start. And then maybe a second page that has a few more instructions, press something to start. Then it has the high scores, then it has the credits, then it goes back to the beginning again. Yes, I think that's right, actually. I think that's what it needs. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that till next time, I think. I think we're pretty good here anyway. Oh, thank you, Manafay, for the follow, or Mano5 for the follow. Appreciated. You join us just at the end of the stream, though. I think we're gonna leave it here. Let me just check the memory that we're using now. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. So we've still got 373 bytes roughly to use for additional code. I think a couple of pages of instructions will probably fill that up very, very quickly. We might be able to move some of the extra code away from here into the intro text area. I think intro text is probably going to have to sit up in the level area. But I don't see any reason why we can't have at least 48 to 64 levels, possibly more than that. But I think 48 to 64 is definitely possible, and still have an intro text as well. I think it's looking pretty good. The intro, it just needs a little bit of tidying up just to bring it in line with what I would expect. It just feels a little bit off. I think this page, again, it still feels too clinical. You come into this page and it feels like not that one. Sorry, this feels right. This does feel like a proper page, but this one still feels. It doesn't feel like it should be a heading page. It feels like it should be an addendum, if you like. It feels like it should be at the end, which is why I think it should go after the high scores. So I think we'll put this after the high scores, and we'll add some basic instructions to the main page. We'll try and move a bit of code um, away from the block that we're working in now and move it down into where the intro text is. Move the intro text up to where the level editors, where the level data is. That gives a bit more, and maybe we can add some sprites in. I think maybe if we just add some player sprites on the first page, it will feel a bit stronger. What about the bottom scroll instructions in there? No, because scrollers. The scrollers are one of those things that people tend not to read. If you're just starting a game, you're not probably not going to read the scroller, but you are going to pay attention to what happens on the main screens. The scrollers should be more of a kind of, and here's some extra stuff that if you pay attention to, you may find some interesting stuff out. Oh, hey, the Xmon. Hey DXmon, thank you for the raid. Appreciated. You catch us just at the end though. We're just about to raid somebody else. I don't know who we're going to raid though, so let me bring up the raid list and have a look. Yeah, we're just kind of getting to the end. We're just trying to work out where this intro page is going to work. I think it needs. My personal opinion is it needs to be 4 pages. And remember, it's 2. I think the credits need to be right at the end. I think that needs to be like the last page. It doesn't feel like a first page kind of page. That feels all right. That can pretty much go anywhere. But being high scores, it needs to not be the first. I think the first and second pages need to be instructional. And also that means as soon as you load up the game, the first thing you get is instructions. Here's how you play it. If you wait 10 seconds, you get the second page of instructions. So the first page should have some super basic instructions. kill the enemies, activate this switch, go through this door. That's basically what the first page is going to be. The second page will have the more nuanced stuff like um, color your platforms for a bonus, you know, that kind of thing. So it need to work out what fits on those pages. But first page is like the basic instructions. Second page is going to be um, the more nuanced instructions. So for the people that really want to master the game, the second page is what they're going to be doing the most of. Third page is the high scores. Fourth page is the credits. That should be enough. And then the scroller on the bottom will just be the thank you to everybody. So, uh, oh, you're not coloring the platforms, you're icing them with icing. I like that. Yeah. Power ups. Yeah. See, so maybe there should be, maybe there should be more pages. Maybe there should be 5. Maybe the third page should be power ups. So I forgot about that as well. Power ups probably do need some. So yeah, maybe that's, yeah, power ups should be third, definitely. Okay. So I think it should be basic instructions. So kill enemies, activate switch, press switch, activate door. That's the first page. Second page should be colored platforms to gain a bonus. Um, the more you eat, the fatter you get, the slower you go. That's the kind of the subtle things that don't really matter. But if you are serious about the game, then they're how you're going to get the advantage. Third page, pick power ups. Fourth page, high score. Fifth page, those. Yeah, I think that's probably it actually. All right, let's have a look. Who've we got? Duke's on. Let's go and raid Duke. I think Duke is a pretty good bet this time. Not sure what he's doing. It looks like he's playing something or other. Um, Today's stream was tackling USB 2 device spec and figuring out the fundamentals for a driver. Oh, I'm having similar problems with the Mega 65, trying to work out how to get the USB serial port to work over ASM, which is well, not ASM actually. Sorry, it's I'm using Node at the moment, but eventually it will be ASM. But yeah, it's not fun. Cool. I'm going to let this quiz play out very quickly. I bet there's a freaking race after it as well, isn't there? If there's a race, I will cancel the raid and I will redo it just so that the race can play out. Halfway through the raid timer now. I was waiting for someone to get that. I thought someone had got that. I don't know why I was waiting for that to finish, but thank you for joining tonight. I know there is no quiz. There is no race. Okay, thank you for joining tonight. I shall see you guys on Tuesday. It will be my last stream for a week after that because Cyberpunk 2077 is out after that. And then hopefully we'll get back into Mega 65 and all that other cool stuff. So, cheerio. See you on Tuesday, and thank you all for joining as usual. Cheerio. Bye.